1 2 2. Test 1 2 1 2. Check this. Check this. Check mic test 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Check mic testing 1 2.
But in this case, if the microphone will be working here, and I'll be mostly standing here, or do I need another microphone? Can you please tell? Там черный тоже. Смотрите, покажи, как она может по поводу микрофона. Мы сделали обратную связь, причем не участвовала на последний минут, да, там идет обратная связь. Я вам говорю, что вот эти мероприятия и можем показать, что надо
Check 1, 2. Okay.
much for joining CoinSpate event. Everyone who's right now in our networking hall, we would like to kindly ask you to find your seat at the stage hall because we are about to start our event. I really hope that everybody enjoyed their, again, morning coffee, networking. Right now, please join your seat, find your seat in the stage ballroom. Really soon, we're about to start. Thank you. Hi, Coco. How are you doing? How are you? Good. You don't, yeah. Palazzo Versace. I really hope that you're really having a nice time. Yes? Am I correct? Did you have a nice time? Did you enjoy the morning coffee and the networking? I really hope so too, because I believe that this is one of the best things that you can do. So once again, please give it up to CoinSpate event today, Crypto.People.DeFi in Palazzo Versace. Today, our event is presented by CoinSpate Payment Processing Gateway and Business Crypto Wallet. CoinSpate Crypto Payment Processor helps any type of online business accept crypto payments and receive an equal amount in the national currency of their choice instantly, or hold it and pay it with crypto to their partners and affiliates. Thank you so much for joining our event. Today I'll be your host. I'm Maria Vovchok, Managing Director at World of Web3 Summit, Ambassador at Blockchain Association of Ukraine, and MC at blockchain conferences. I'm really excited to see everyone here, and I hope that you're also excited to see your friends. It's really nice to see familiar faces. By the way, some of my acquaintances, familiar faces, which are still out there, invite them here, because today we're going to talk about a lot of interesting developments which are taking place here in Dubai. And also, I believe a lot of our guests from other countries will share what is going on in your countries. What is going on in terms of the crypto payments, digital payments? What is going on in terms of DeFi? What is going on in your country? By the way, today I'll share with you a couple of news which are happening right now. And I believe for you that will be really relevant. So today, as I said, we'll talk about cryptocurrencies, digital payments, solutions, regulations. By the way, there are a lot of things, I believe there are a lot of things to share. So at our event, we have gathered top industry experts, blockchain masterminds, and influencers. Established startups, companies can do the networking, can share their experience, can talk more about their developments again, and finally, maybe find some kind of interesting collaborations. And do some, by the way, maybe somebody from you will tell me how many important for you collaborations and maybe partnerships you have done at the event. Please raise your hand. 1, 2. Iman, I don't believe that you haven't done a lot of partnerships, collaborations at the event. Yeah, who else? Oh, Max, yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So I believe that today you're going to have additional collaborations. Interesting. We're gathering people, crypto people from all over the world, and we're uniting them in one, I would say, really powerful force, which is making crypto so attractive to people. Am I correct? We can see how the new economy is uncovering, is unfolding, and this is becoming like a big threat to the traditional economy which we have right now. So a lot of new interesting news which are happening. Our experts, our people knowledgeable, better say not experts, I believe so. I prefer to use people knowledgeable in this space. Am I correct? Or like, which one do you prefer? I prefer probably people with big background, knowledgeable in this space. Definitely today they will share their news and also share the news. For this, we need the media. So today, please welcome CoinSpate Media, the new kid on the block, which will have its official start today during our Crypto.People.DeFi event. So the media outlet, which will provide vital information and education in the form of website blog, social media conferences, interviews, and more. So this is a place for you where you want to be more informed and stay up to date in terms of DeFi and crypto. Also, today, as I said this earlier at the previous conferences, this is not a news, but probably maybe who is maybe they're just jumping into this new economy. They know that Dubai specifically and UAE is becoming really so-called crypto harbor, blockchain harbor, you may call it as well. And this is also taking into account the new regulations which are upcoming. We'll definitely talk about them today. Moreover, who's following the news, what has been happening this week? I believe everyone knows what actually pushed the price of the main crypto this week. Who will tell me? Of course, ETF. So actually, according to the news, after the U.S. Securities and Commodities Authority has finally approved the first Bitcoin strategy ETF, it unleashed additional $1 billion into the ecosystem. So what did it actually, what happened later? Just recently, the new all-time high, almost $67,000. I haven't been checking. I actually checked the price today in the morning. Right now, it's not so good, but still, it feels to me that I should not check the price of Bitcoin because it feels when I'm checking this, the price is falling. Everybody can say this is the same or not? It feels like when you're not following the price, and then on the news, oh, the price has risen, and you feel okay. I have how many of you are holding Bitcoin? Okay. Whoa, nice, really nice. I can definitely tell this. And also, but I'll tell you because, as I said, how much money are added to the, into the influx of crypto. We can see that, of course, regulators are closely following this. And just recently, I haven't read yesterday a report by CoinDesk, but they already saying that there is already, Gary Gensler is already looking over DeFi. So about this, we'll be talking today. And you know why? Because yesterday I also checked, the total value locked in DeFi is already over $100 billion. So obviously, this is an area which is definitely we need to follow. We'll have examples and experience how some people are losing and earning some money in DeFi. So definitely lots of developments today to discuss. But probably, as I mentioned today, we'll start from understanding what is happening in terms of the regulations, new developments in this country. So for this, we'll talk about the regulations in UAE and beyond, because again, people knowledgeable in this space will share their experience from other countries. So to talk about this, I will gladly invite to the stage for our first today panel on legal panel, Elena Milushina. Please give her a big hand. Assistant Vice President, Compliance of Greenstone Equity Partners. Ms. Milushina specializes in international corporate operations, legal advisory, compliance, and business formation. She also is worked as a senior legal accountant at Blaustein, an international legal and tax firm. Give her a big hand once again. Also welcome on the stage, Alyona Yudina, founder of Quantum Leap Strategy. Alyona specializes in smart sale, business development, and market entry strategies. She is scaling blockchain and AI businesses through a partnership with corporations and worldwide B2B sales. Give her a big hand. Also, please welcome on the stage Maria Akulenko, Head of Compliance and Legal at CoinSpate, an international legal and compliance professional with more than 10 years of experience at local international consulting firms. She advises on various transactional regulatory matters, including corporate law and governance. Give her a big hand once again. And also, last but not least, Kokila Allah, founder at Karm Legal Consultants, a corporate, commercial, and technology lawyer with over 17 years of experience in the Middle East. She has worked with major corporations, government, and semi-governmental bodies, high net worth individuals, and startups all over the years. Thank you so much for joining. I believe that here we can definitely say that people, the ladies in crypto are joining our stage. By the way, I'm really, for me, for example, I'm really excited to be as well a member of Blockchain Ladies International Organization. So I can definitely tell that here we are having our organization of Blockchain Ladies. Let's go, give them a big hand once again. So, as I said earlier, today we're going to talk about the regulations of digital assets in UAE and beyond. Taking into account, let's start from the region. And Kokila, I believe that you may start from this. What do you think, what has been, can you please name all of the latest developments which became the key factors which made this region so attractive to blockchain and crypto businesses?
Morning, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, so UAE is a visionary country, and the vision of the designers and everybody has been to make things really smooth. So we didn't start with just promoting the market and getting the investors, what pretty much the rest of the world has done. But what UAE started with is that, okay, let's provide a legal framework. Let's make it clear for all those who want to be in the blockchain space, starting with the 2016 blockchain policy that came out of Dubai, with designer statement 2021, UAE will be a blockchain country. We pretty much added to this year. And then in 2017, AEDM, Abu Dhabi Global Market, was the first one to actually come out with rules for how to do an ICO. What is a utility token, how do you raise funds for it. 2018, they came out with a full crypto asset framework, which not only made it very clear what's a security token, what's a payment token, what's a cryptocurrency, what's a utility token, but how to also go about issuing of those, trading of those, and setting up, if you want to set up the platform, be it a private financing platform, be it setting up a cryptocurrency exchange, they gave out the full-fledged framework, which saw a huge influx of the big players coming to this market, wanting to set it up. The regulations have been amended multiple times, looking at this And then, beginning of this year was fantastic. We had our federal authority, Securities and Commodities Authority, coming out with a crypto asset framework, which again went ahead and defined what would be a cryptocurrency, which is been left for the central bank of UAE to look at rightfully. But how do you do security token issuance? What would be defined as a commodity token? What would be an asset-backed token? So we had very clear details. And the best news is on this Wednesday, with the closure of all the big events that were there, we had the IFC coming out with the FSA's security token regulations, which will be implemented from tomorrow.
Yeah, by the way, this is definitely what I would like to know, all the details, and I believe the audience would like to know. Because one thing that I would like just to add, we were supposed to have Peter Smith from DFSA talking about the new developments. Unfortunately, because of COVID, he could not be present at the previous event. And that's why I really wanted to know more what they are preparing. This is one thing. And also, what are right now the relations between Securities Commodities Authority and Central Bank? Because what if, for example, Securities Commodities Authority, just recently, they came up with the new agreement with World Trade Center about free crypto trading in the area. And then, just a few days after that, Central Bank is already coming with the new restrictions, if I'm not mistaken. Please specify, am I correct or not?
So what happened with Securities and Commodities Authority,
Yeah.
and it's interesting to say that in a public forum, they named the regulation Crypto Asset Framework. It doesn't talk about cryptos at all.
At all?
Yes.
What does it talk about?
Security tokens.
Security.
How do you tokenize securities? How do you tokenize assets? They've gone into details about how to come up even with a loyalty token, a reward token, but nothing about cryptocurrency as such, which has been left for the Central Bank of UAE to come out with regulations.
By the way, this is really important. That's why I was expecting that the central bank, in this case, they're careful as SECA because of the central bank. So what are the latest updates from the central bank?
So from the central bank, as we know, thanks to what Crypto Valley has done with DMCC, thanks to what DWTC is now setting up. If you saw, not only ESCA has signed with DWTC to facilitate crypto companies to be based there. Last week also DWTC signed with CoinMina to set up another crypto and blockchain center.
Here?
Here, in
I
UAE.
I was speaking, by the way, with the founder of CoinMina, and he said there is some things going on with ADGM. So can you also specify on this?
So interestingly, let's start with the basic. It sounds more like a legal class I'm going to run, but UAE, small country, has three major financial regulators. We've got a Central Bank of UAE, we've got Securities and Commodities Authority, and then we have, so it's actually four, and then we have two international financial centers. One is DIFC in Dubai, and then in Abu Dhabi, we have Abu Dhabi Global Market. All four of them have their own jurisdictions and their own frameworks in which they run. DIFC and ADGM actually follow the common law, so they have their own laws and regulation. And ESCA and Central Bank are the federal authority under the Ministry of Finance. And rightfully in their name, anything which is to do with securities or commodities is governed by ESCA. Anything which could be defined as a currency or payment gateways, retail payments, payment processor, all that is rightfully with the Central Bank of UAE. In the last 8 months, we have seen a very active team from Central Bank of UAE. We're hoping that very soon we should have a framework for cryptocurrencies, because all the enabling regulations that are required for, say, a stored value facility, digital wallets, payment processing, retail payment processing, all those regulations have already been implemented. People have been given 1 year, most of these clients have been given 1 year to start following those regulations. So when you see that the enabling regulations and frameworks have been issued, they've been given time frame, and a lot of applications are there currently as we speak with Central Bank, it's just a matter of time before we'll have clarity from Central Bank on what's happening for cryptocurrencies. Till then, we have ADGM that is giving out license, defining that if you're going to go issue what they call a virtual financial asset, they have stayed away from using the term cryptocurrencies. They have called it virtual financial assets, and they've defined it. They've given you the framework if one was to launch that. Utility tokens from all other 3 regulators, that's the IFC, ADGM, and ESCA, have been left out of the preview. But what the process is that you have to go and get what we say a no objection or a letter of clearance saying that we as a regulator think that you're not a security. It's pretty much the same that we're going through the NFTs. It's the same what we're seeing for utility tokens. So as we speak, the regulators are getting very involved in it. The IFC, again, just like ESCA, have gone ahead and cleared the full regulations on security tokens, derivative tokens, asset tokens, commodity tokens, payment tokens, everything, but everything in the security token framework.
Thank you, Kokila. And by the way, we'll definitely get back a bit later and talk how, for example, these regulations are influencing the businesses here. But before that, I would want to ask Maria, Elena, and Alena to share their experience from your countries. What are the latest developments in your country which you represent, and also, in this case, how does it influence the businesses there? Maria? Maybe Kokila, could you, is it working? Try. If not, yeah, share the microphone. We will help with the technical issue.
Okay, that's why it's working. So basically, CoinSpate represents Estonia, and thus we follow under the European Union regulations. There has been actively developed recently in terms of crypto. First of all, I should mention, of course, MiCA introduced by the European Commission. Of course, it is not yet adopted, and still a long legislative process is going in advance. However, at least we have something to use as a standard and prepare ourselves as a business to new coming changes. Because definitely the European Union for a long time lacked some clarity and more market target specific adoption to crypto, because the FIT and the fifth ML directive, of course, were useful, but still they couldn't deal with crypto because they didn't encourage particularities of cryptocurrency.
Yeah, and right now, if I'm not mistaken, the European Union is coming for one general regulations for blockchain companies all over the European countries.
Yes, that's correct. The good thing is that it is indeed a regulation, not a directive, so we won't face problems we saw with the fifth ML directive, which each national state implemented differently, and there were lots of discrepancies afterwards. Regulation is more unified manner, and we can expect that all national regimes would follow the same procedure. What I can say comparing to the United Arab Emirates regulation, they have some basic common sense in terms of AML, because surely this is important nowadays. However, United Arab Emirates and especially the FC regulations are more specific and more, they have more courage in defining, as the European Union regulations are quite broad and there is some space for certainty in the future.
Thank you. Alina? Oh, it's still not working. I thought it's already. Let me deal with that because I was 100% sure that's working. Ah, I see. Thank you. It's unsure. Yeah, let's continue. Don't tell me that this is not working. Maybe I'll.
Actually, no, it's working.
Okay.
So actually sharing is important, and that's what I wanted to talk about, because Switzerland, I'm not actually that objective in this point. I'm in love with Switzerland and everything they do, but actually when it comes to blockchain, they are really
Everybody's here is in love with blockchain. Am I correct?
Yeah, but really progressive, and the recent DLT Act, which transformed all the relative laws and regulations, it's another example. And I'm really happy what you said, that you're working very closely with the Crypto Valley, because the experience they show and give. That's like, you don't need to create new regulation when you can use already successfully working experience, and Liechtenstein, Switzerland is a good one in this matter. So, yeah, I think.
So in this case, by the way, talking about Switzerland, I've been following closely quite what has been happening in Switzerland. I remember when the lawyers from Switzerland would come to our crypto hub, blockchain hub in Kyiv, Ukraine. I'm originally from Kyiv, Ukraine, and I used to like listen to their updates, and they were like sharing, and they were really progressive. But aren't these new regulations, which will like unify all the regulations all over Europe, make it like a bit like they have to like stop? Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken, one of the most progressive. By the way, we would also touch upon Malta, what has been happening there as well. But also, what I'm trying to say, if these regulations will be unified, does it mean that some of the countries which were like progressing, they have to like stop in some of like legalization of crypto trading, for example?
Well, yes and no, I think, because Switzerland is independent.
Mm-hmm.
It has its own financial system, its own regulation. It's not a part of Europe.
So the EU
Union.
general blockchain regulations, they don't influence Switzerland, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. Switzerland is outside of the EU.
Yes.
Uh-huh. That's interesting, by the way.
Yes. And another good point is that it's not only about regulation. What is very important when the financial system supports it, when the banks, when we create like, and there is crypto banks which support the whole chain of operating with cryptocurrencies, securities, storage, custodial services. And we do have it like, and that's beautiful. If in Emirates you will have it, that would be.
Yeah, just to add on here, so we do have all the regulations and framework for crypto custodies, custodian license, both from ADGM, ESCA, as well as now the DFSA guidelines also have it. And then we also have for the off-ramp and on-ramp of cryptos, how will that be done? What will be the various virtual asset service providers who will be governed by all these regulations? So we see that the entire ecosystem has been worked on. Also, interestingly, all of them, be it in EU or be it here, have followed the MiFID II guidelines for the definition of virtual assets. And also for AML KYC, interestingly, all the progressive regulators have gone by the FATF guidelines in it. So it's, my personal opinion would be there will be a lot of uniformity. Apart from United States, rest of the world would be pretty much looking at these definitions pretty much similar.
By the way, we're talking about the US, probably definitely separate area, taking into account, again, all of the recent developments that they have. Elena, from your perspective also, which country in this case you would like to add on?
Hi everyone. I think I'm the only one here who doesn't come from a crypto family. I am actually a compliance officer and I oversee regulatory compliance of investment funds in entire GCC. So basically I have nothing much to add on what lady said.
Okay, my question is in this case, how are they looking into investment funds into additional have portfolio in crypto? Which in this case are more progressive and which in this case are they're still really following closely but not eager to try their skin in the game?
So I can say that I live here 4 years in the region. So I would describe that some regulators are still a little bit skeptical. On the new developments in a way that they're trying, like the DFSA, IDGM, everything which you have said, I completely support. But at the same time, ESCA was recently named as the most not developing authority, you know what I mean? It was the lowest on the score of in the UAE of being the most user-friendly, customer-friendly, and we have to deal with that authority. So it happens that the rules are there, the regulations are there, but there's no mechanisms of implementation. There's no clarity how to follow the rules.
By the way, yeah, and here I also would like to go back to Kokila. As you mentioned earlier, all of these entities, they have their own regulations in this perspective. So for example, if a company is setting up with ADGM, for example, or like, no, let's talk about the Securities Commodities Authority. Does it mean that at some point, if they are doing their business in Abu Dhabi, they already have to comply with ADGM? And is it like, for example, if there are some kind of like close interactions, which are there some conflicts from this perspective or not?
So interestingly, as you mentioned, ESCA came out with the regulations. They came out even with the guidelines on it, but they did not come out with a licensing manual.
Oh yeah, that's also very important specifically for...
So have you seen any entity getting licensed and regulated from ESCA so far? Not that we're aware of. We've spoken with them pretty much on a monthly basis to understand that is there anything new that is coming up, and we've been told pretty soon. So far, it's ADGM entities which have been regulated and licensed. We've got a couple of crypto exchanges operating, which have gone live. B2B transactions, B2C, both are on. And also, one of the first digital security issuance we could do for a project and issue private exempt offering for, and pretty much they followed a very simple 1 token is equal to 1 share, and that was all from ADGM. The IFC only on Wednesday said that from Sunday, the regulations will be implemented. We see the new law coming in. But interestingly, all the 3 financial regulators, that's ESCA, the IFC and ADGM has a passporting MOU that was signed 2 years back. So any sort of fund-related activities could be from either of these 3, and they don't need to apply for, like, because ESCA is a federal authority, so if you're a fund operating and doing fundraising activities from ADGM or the IFC, by the virtue of that MOU that has been signed, you're allowed to raise funding within UAE. And some of these are also with the pact which is signed between the GCC countries. So it's not that you're regulated from one license from one, so you have to go to another. That's not the case. Again, I have briefly gone through the DIFC regulations only last night. I did not see anywhere it mentioned that you still need to go and apply for a mainland authority regulations.
Thank you so much. By the way, talking about like the businesses who are already like looking into this and they have to comply. One of the biggest news as well in UAE has been recently that the first ever Bitcoin fund was set up here. With which of the authorities, if you're like aware of it, are they complying? And for example, how the regulations in this case also influence other crypto asset management companies?
So I've been actually looking at that news that which said the Bitcoin fund has been launched from here. All I know is that the fund was launched from Canada. It's to be listed at NASDAQ.
So it's not exactly here. There is like one very big important news.
That's what I know. Maybe somebody else would know differently. But we do know for sure that a hedge fund and a derivatives fund on cryptocurrencies, both the applications are there with ADGM. So we might see it soon coming from ADGM. The IFC has given and pretty much amended all their modules, and that will be implemented from tomorrow. So we are quite sure that there will be a lot of these, especially funds, being set up in the IFC.
I understood. Thank you so much. I would like to go back to Elena, and in this case, as I touched upon this earlier question, how much already, if you can share, of course, in the portfolio they have crypto, the investment funds that you're dealing with, or for example, or like what percentage of them has 0, what percentage have like 50%, like MicroStrategy came like from like fully Bitcoin company. In your case, what about you?
Well, as far as I'm aware, we have 0.
0 so far.
Yes.
Yeah?
So it's called private equity securities, so they don't really deal with crypto yet, but we don't know, maybe soon.
So in this case, what is in this case maybe kind of does not encourage them to try and to like invest in cryptocurrencies?
Good question. I wish my CEO was here. Well, I think that we have already so many licenses in place, and it's already difficult to keep up with all of them, including SCA, DFC, IDGM, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Oman, all this stuff. So I think if we will go crypto direction, then we will need additional licenses. So I think from a maybe even financial point of view, my company would not even follow that. I really don't know. But what I know so far, that my company in general is a little bit skeptical about crypto. Again, apologies to all of you. It's just
Probably, I hope nobody will be throwing any eggs and tomatoes on the stage. At least so far, we don't have food here, so yeah. But nevertheless,
maybe the management's just skeptical, or maybe they're more old-fashioned. I really don't know. Maybe there's some skepticism, hidden somewhere.
Yeah, but the country is like moving forward with this. And I actually, as I am saying, I'm observing this for the last year. And this is like really amazing how like the new regulations are coming into place. I'm already, in this case, as I said, like we have representatives of 2 European countries, which are one of like most progressive from this perspective as well. Switzerland and Estonia, that's 100%. Right now, I would have like a question to Maria. Yeah, yes, hello?
I just actually want to add, maybe your fund will be more comfortable when the authorities also authorize the crypto funds. For example, like one of the progresses Switzerland of last month is the first authorized crypto fund, the first licensed crypto fund in Switzerland. And that's the next step. So it comes one or another time. And then you will feel very comfortable and expand the portfolio.
Yeah, Maria.
I think so, especially if the authorities will keep pushing us to that line. So I think we will have no way out. Just to switch.
By the way, given that the previous UAE regulations were, well, not similar, but in some way they repeat MiFID and MiCA regulation, maybe the regulator will also adapt the approach that investment firms that are already licensed to provide services and already work with assets but not with crypto may not require additional authorizations to work with crypto, as their standards are already very high.
Now, really good question, because we're running out of time, and probably for still it's not here in place, but as I mentioned today, Gary Gensler from SEC is already looking how to regulate DeFi. My first question is whether we need to regulate DeFi. That's the first thing. And the second, if yes, what do you think would be the best solution for this? The most liberal, or like, do we need this in place? Because actually, previously I was talking to some European lawyers and they were saying that we need to regulate it specifically, but to be at the same time liberal. What's your perception on this? Your views?
Well, as a lawyer, I want to regulate everything.
Oh, yeah.
I feel comfortable when I have some kind of rule book to take a look and understand what to do, where it fits. With DeFi, I think it's too early to speak about regulation. Certainly need it, and states one day will come to it. However, they should regulate crypto first.
Yeah, by the way, if we would have here CryptoPunks, Bitcoin maximalists, they will say it differently probably, yes? Do we have a Bitcoin maximalist here? No, Bitcoin one. Oh, hi, Daniela. Okay. I think you can later on talk later to Maria as well about this from this perspective. Thank you, Elena. Sorry, Elena. No. And then Alena. Yeah.
That's a tricky question. I think that the community should be involved in creating this regulation, and that's exactly how we will find this compromise in a certain way, because we are meeting something which has never ever happened before, absolutely parallel world of parallel financial system, everything around it. And to bring it back to standards, maybe it's a good idea because it's something which we feel comfortable with, but at the same time, maybe we'll let it go and let it grow and involve exactly these people and their vision into the new regulation, and then how we meet the future.
Yeah, because in this case, definitely this was the idea of decentralized finance. There is no central authority and possibly no regulators, or not. Kakila, your views on this?
So interestingly, last year we had like a 2-hour roundabout with the team from ADGM for a DeFi platform. And every argument was backed by this saying that, but then you're a bank. How is it that we don't regulate you? And we were like, that's the whole idea. We decentralized. We cannot be a bank. Yes, the whole idea is to work like one, but not be a bank. Fast forward 9 months into this year, we've now got a very interesting take where we working on a couple of DeFi projects in which we have broken them down into different pieces. We've taken the decentralized element of it to be run by a DAO and with the regulators. So interestingly, my law firm, we don't just work in UAE, we work globally. So we always look at regulator where it fits in. So we had a very interesting conversation with lawyers from Switzerland, and in FINMA, we could look at a foundation structure, have the decentralized element of the DeFi under a foundation, set the bylaws and regulations and have your community under that, but have the financial part of the DeFi under a fund. And there are multiple jurisdictions in the world which offer you pretty good standardized fund setups. So that's how we went back to our client and saying, hey, this is how we can do it. We can break it down and take the governance. So if tomorrow we have a regulator who comes back and saying, now we have the regulations for DeFi, there should be no penalty. There should not be anything that we in breach of any law. The beauty of this whole space is that we can be operating and licensed from anywhere in the world. So we're trying all these new techniques to try to fit in a little bit element of, as lawyers, yes, we want them to be regulated and licensed, but let's find out which jurisdiction suits the best for what part of our client's business is. So that's been a very interesting approach that we took, because initially we were met down with a huge reluctance and saying, no, you're a bank, no, you're a mutual fund, that's it, you cannot do this. So we said, all right, let's try what works here.
Yeah, and in this case, one of the major tasks for the lawyer really to find the way. If not like this, then another way. So it's definitely absolutely. By the way, I really want to thank you, our ladies in blockchain. One of the very important things. This is not for the first time that I'm having a panel with ladies in blockchain, with lawyers specifically. And you know what? It all the time reminds me. Although this lawyer is a man and he's my friend, he all the time tells me, okay, when I explain you this and this, how much time did I spend? Okay, I'll send you later a bill. So probably we can later on expect bills from our ladies in blockchain for their services. And moreover, when you're having a conversation with them at networking area, mind that maybe later on they will send you the bills. But thank you so much. I really want to say thank you. It's a joke. Don't take it personally. But if they will ask for a bill, take it personal, okay? Thank you so much for everyone. Please give it up again to Elina Miluchina, Alyona Yudina, Maria Akulenko, and Kokila Alak, our beautiful ladies in blockchain, illegal blockchain, from the legal perspective. Thank you so much. We are going further. Once again, I really hope that everyone enjoys today's CoinSpate event. And to know more, what is CoinSpate? What do they do? And what role do they play in the crypto world? For this, please welcome on the stage Max Krupashow, CoinSpate CEO. He has been working in Bitcoin since 2013, co-founder of Satoshi Square and the Bitcoin Foundation in Ukraine. For me, I'm really proud of this myself. He's opinion leader in the crypto industry by the end of 2020, according to ibtimes.com. He holds regular webinars and inspires others with his passion and expertise in crypto and decentralized finance. Please give him a big hand. He'll tell you more about CoinSpate history and plans.
Hi everyone. So yeah, I guess we'll be speaking from here. Everyone, I would like to thank you all for having the time to visit our event. Because of the COVID, I believe it was not so easy for some of you to arrive because of the restrictions and so on. Also heard that some of the people were not able to visit us today. So again, thank you very much for coming. We decided to gather this event for our friends, for clients, for the partners, and maybe for future friends and clients and partners and suppliers. Here I would like to tell you a bit about who we are, what we do, what we have achieved. Some of you might have heard about our successes, about our plans. But I would love to inform you all on how we are doing and where are we going as a company, as a team of people, and as a business. I would like to start from just a bit of a disclaimer. So because this event is of course about cryptocurrencies, about the businesses, we are not offering here any investment opportunities and we are not giving any financial advice. So anything you hear here on the stage is not a financial advice. So speaking about us, as I was presented, I'm in cryptocurrency for 8 years. I try to understand the industry from the different angles. Yeah, would be good. One. Yeah, I would rather speak with in this microphone. Yeah, so I try to understand the industry and the business from kind of like different angles. I will try to explain you what we do, where we are from the point of view, me as the CEO and as the person responsible for the business development and the products that we create, and basically the clients that we gather around the businesses and the products. So basically, our journey started even before I joined, right? I was the part of the team who relaunched the business. The CoinSpate has the story of being an internal brand of the Austrian entity and so on. So in before 2019, it was more of internal brand. Most of you probably never heard about the CoinSpate before 2019. In 2019, we started building the product. We had a small redesign. Then again, later in 2018 it was a redesign, in 2019 there was a redesign, and in 2020 we had another redesign, and we decided that the CoinSpate is not just a tool for businesses, it's a group of brands, which now involves Crypto.Processing.com, includes the wallet, includes the academy, and so on. I will explain in a few words later. So it's been growing as a team. We've been growing as a team as well a lot during these years. So in 2019, basically was no even dedicated team, right? So we were a part of Merkelion, who is the software house. And then in 2019, we had a small group of people. It was up to 8, I think, and we started expanding. So we decided that we first need to build a great product in order to build a great business on the top of the product. So when I joined, when I was appointed as a CEO, we started building the product. We started speaking with the clients, understanding what are the needs, what are the needs of potential clients and so on, kind of like doing a research. I mean, if you remember, 2019 was already not in early days, right? I already had some experience, the team members had some experience, and we started building. So the year was the building year. In the end of 2019, we already had a team of 20 people. Majority of them were product managers, designers, and developers. Only in the beginning of 2020, we hired sales managers. Only in the beginning of 2020, we hired account managers. So before that, we didn't really have so much business to really have all the people on board. I'm happy to say that basically in the 2020 we had an amazing scaling year. We structured the departments. We kind of like defined which departments will do what to support the business that is growing and the clients who are working with us. And then basically this year, 2021, this was already a huge expansion year. We achieved quite a good results. We even had won the award on the AEBC summit in Dubai for the best payment provider of the year. So this year has been really growing. It's also when we started expanding, thinking to expand into the different geographics, researching actively on the regulations on the different jurisdictions and geographics, and so on. Speaking about the numbers, I'm really proud about the achievements that we got, and I think this basically means that what we all have been building in 2019 really started to work on the bigger scale. So basically, as you can see, this chart is built from January 19, right, where we kind of like had a building year. And it kind of grows. You don't see probably the dates because of the chairs, but basically this is January 19, and this is September 21. So this has been an amazing growth in 2021. So we started basically a year from the volumes around 150 million a month in the processing volumes, in exchange volumes and so on. And right now we are doing over half a billion euros a month. It says that all your businesses are growing, right? Of course, our growth is effectively a growth of our clients. So we see that the adoption grows. We see that demand for the business solutions in cryptocurrency grows. And I mean, of course, we are happy to support, and kind of like the philosophy of everything that we do is that we grow together with our clients, right? We provide the services that clients need and basically follow the needs and the trends of the industry and the needs of the clients, and this is what makes us grow and succeed eventually. So what are the events that we are proud to announce in 2021? We reached 7% of all Bitcoin transactions processed in the blockchain, right? So every month, 7 out of the 100 transactions are either deposits through our system or withdrawals through our system. This is a great number. We of course have quite a good numbers for different blockchains as well, but for Bitcoin it's kind of like an indicator, right? You know, as Bitcoin is an indicator when we speak about valuation of the whole cryptocurrency market, and this is also like the indicator of the payment side of the things as well. We right now process over 1 million transactions a month. And this might not sound like a lot or might sound like a lot, but this is approximately 23 and something transactions every minute. So of course we had to spend a lot of the time and attention to make the system stable and scalable, right? Because of course for online businesses, the payment provider which is not stable or which is not scalable is not the way to go, right? So of course this always been very attentive work to increase the quality of the product. As I mentioned, we won our first award for the payment recognition. We had some before, but they were for creating a great video for an event, which is also great, but having the award as the best payment provider, this is something that I really was happy to hear and know that we got this event in May here in Dubai as well. We became the largest provider in the world by the number of transactions. We're still not the biggest one in the terms of the volumes processed in cryptocurrency, but in the number of transactions, so this is the recognition as the payment provider. We launched the token, which I will say about a bit on the next slide. And here we hosted our first event for like really our own event where we had the chance to invite all of you. We continue doing these events in the future as well to gather all our friends and partners, basically help you all to speak with each other, to understand what are the challenges that your colleagues have, what you have, and basically unite together to help each other to grow our businesses and meet great people from all over the world to basically have like to stay as a friends outside of the business as well. The products that we right now have, and this list always expands, and of course, I mean, as you all probably know, all online businesses, they heavily rely on the capacity of development. We are hiring developers all the time to basically build the products that will help our ecosystem to grow even more. So of course the first one is the payment processing. This is kind of like a flagship of all group of brands, and this is the main kind of business which help us to basically invest in all the other products and businesses that we start. This is a plug and pay, which is basically an offline solution which unites retail clients with the businesses just in one click. This is the transaction explorer to basically see all the operations inside of the ecosystem, right? Because when you work with a lot of clients, with a lot of the businesses, of course, when they start exchanging money between themselves, it makes sense to save on the fees and move them off-chain. And when you move something off-chain, you need to give a ledger to the people to see what is happening. This is the retail wallet. As we work with B2B, of course, a lot of our B2B clients are asking, do you have the retail solution where we can get the advantage of bringing our users into your wallet, where we know that you will do the KYC of the customer, you will make sure that the money which are coming from the wallet are already checked and verified, and basically giving the probably to also increase the adoption of the cryptocurrency. Of course, because some of our businesses, they understand, client businesses, they understand that cryptocurrency is a way to go. They understand that it is a cheaper way to receive the payments. It is the quicker way to receive the payments and safer way. And they want to also help to educate their users, their retail clients and customers to use cryptocurrency even more. So the wallet is one of the solutions that will really be helping there. Because we already have all the software that we developed and we are running as an operational business, the new business model appeared. It is the software as a service. So of course, when some big group of companies approach us and say, we want to be in the payments business as well, but maybe they want their own business, right? They don't want to become just our client. We are happy to provide the clone of our system where the client would be able to connect this system with their liquidity providers, with the banks, with the hot wallets, and so on. And this will be the solution which helps to automate all of the flows. And basically, we help other business owners to build their own crypto business with the help of our software. This is OTC desk, where we help to exchange a bigger amount of cryptocurrencies, either if somebody received it as a payment, or if somebody is willing just to do an investment of the funds into Bitcoin, Ethereum, or whatever they want. So basically a desk for bigger deals. Of course, we automate most of the deals before $500,000, probably even up to $1 million. But when we speak about the bigger deals, then OTC desk is definitely a way to go, with a personal approach, with a trader who will help and explain how to get a better quote, and so on. This is the hot wallet. This is an in-house developed solution, which is basically connection to many different blockchains. We offer this hot wallet, of course, as a solution separately, but it's always included into the crypto processing or the wallet or the business wallet that we offer as well. So the hot wallet is kind of like a core of the business. This is the system which allows us to speak with all these many blockchains that we support. This is the crypto wallet for the businesses. Basically, it's also included automatically into the crypto processing, so all our clients who use us even as the payment automation instrument, they still do have a back office with all the list of transactions and with the ability to manage the funds of their business and the company that they have. We launched the token in September this year. So it was launched straight away on 3 blockchains via the Plasma Finance and the Tao Maker. These are decentralized places to do the public sales of the tokens. It is fully integrated in the system as a token for the loyalty system. We presented this to the clients as well a week ago. This is the token which unites all the stakeholders of the business, so to say. Those are the shareholders, the team members, the partners, and the community of the project. So this is an asset which unites the interests of all the people who are doing something with us. The idea to launch the token was also a new business model. Right? So to offer our clients also the access to DeFi market. We are speaking about giving the tool that the client in the interface that they used to, they would be able to decide different protocols and to use the funds that they have in their account to basically place those funds in the protocols. I have to say that this business and this instrument is still a subject for the regulatory approval and compliance, right? So right now it is on the level of the idea, but I believe we still have to do a lot of work to basically understand how to do it correctly from the legal and compliance side. And CPD is the token uniting everyone who we speak with and work with and do business with. So plans and projects that we are working on at the moment. So this is the launch of the wallet. We have it in the beta stage as well. It's working quite good, I would say. Right now, our wallet, so I'm speaking about the B2C solution. Right now, it's being audited. We do a security audit every quarter, and basically when we do a new releases of the products, if it is a big release, we always hire an external security expert as a firm to do an audit of the software and do make sure that we don't have any vulnerabilities or whatever. So this would be getting live already in November, and the mobile apps will appear soon as well. We are working on the application for EMI license to basically minimize the gap crypto and fiat even more. We are working on the media project, which already was announced today, and media team is the team basically who helped us to create this event. This is the Crypto Academy, which is a very important step to increase the adoption, and I believe that we all here are interested to increase the adoption of the crypto currencies in the world. So Academy will be a part of the media, and media is the place where you can read the news about cryptocurrency, you can read the new developments in the industry, about the regulations, about some interesting statistics on the on everything, basically. We are working on expansions into the Latin America and Asia. And as I said, we are on the way of increasing the regulatory side of the business. And as we saw on the presentation before, more and more jurisdictions are developing their own frameworks. And of course, we understand that regulation becomes a key when you want to have a big international and scalable business. Thank you all very much for the attention. That's basically all I wanted to share with you. And again, say big thank you to the team who organized this. Of applause.
Thank you so much. Once again, Max Krupashev, CEO of CoinSpate. Give him a big hand. By the way, if anybody from the audience has questions, please raise your hand and we'll give you a microphone. Or in this case, we'd like to talk privately. Yes, you're correct. Thank you so much, Max. Thank you. Give him a big hand once again. Thank you, and we are moving forward because right now, as we touched upon previously, and we discussed it like in some countries, like here in UAE, more in detail, the regulations. Also about probably Estonia and her experience. Right now, we'll talk Maria Kulenko, compliance at CoinSpate, an international and compliance professional with over 10 years of experience at local and international consulting firms. She advises on various transactional and regulatory matters, including corporate law and governance, sanctions and AML compliance, fraud investigations, IT, and financial institutions. She will talk about more on the overview of cryptocurrency regulations. Please give her a big hand. Are you still?
Okay, so thank you for the introduction. I'm, as was already mentioned, I'm Maria, Head of Compliance and Legal at CoinSpate. Basically what I do, I work with anything that includes corporate matters. I try to be not a business preventing department, but of course we should oversee regulations as they are very important in our activities. I'm really pleased to be joining the Crypto.People.DeFi event today and speaking about the state of cryptocurrency regulation. So this century, it can be called a century of post-information technology. Nowadays, information is not only a knowledge, but it's also an asset itself, and it gave rise to information technologies that are emerging every day. Basically, like 15 years ago, no one, only some of them were talking about crypto. 10 years ago, nobody were talking about DeFi, and look what we have today. So as part of the development of information technology, the regulations are also developing because this is a new kind of financial instrument. Okay, I think I need some assistance from tech team. Sorry, I'm not very good with technology. Okay. And the presentation is downloading. No effect. Oh. Okay. So. Yes. And we have finally my presentation. Yay. So, in my opinion, one of the critical challenges in the regulation of crypto, as I had already mentioned in the panel, is that it's hard to define what crypto is. Is it an asset? Is it just a piece of code? Something you store on your wallet? Is it a property? For example, Australian authorities deem crypto as property in terms of taxation. So there are a lot of definitions floating around, and you can see some on the slide. I'll promise I won't read every sentence because I really get bored and you would get bored too. But I offer you such interesting exercise. Just close your eyes and think about how you personally would define crypto. Trust me, I can bet. If I'll start asking you, we won't find two same wordings even in this room. So what to say about different states and different international organizations that have completely different approaches and socio-economic backgrounds. There is no uniform definition of cryptocurrency. There is no even uniform word. Sometimes this is referred as virtual currency, sometimes as a digital asset, digital token, crypto asset. Just to be brief, I will simply refer to it as crypto. Another difficulty is that basically cryptocurrency assets have the value. I would say that we give to them. You cannot create a piece of jewelry or fill in the gas tank like with gold or oil. So cryptocurrency, it can be used as a storage system, for example, to hedge inflation as gold. But it could also be used as a payment transfer or value transfer between parties. This is, by the way, where CoinSpate comes to the help. So let's take a closer look at the Financial Action Task Force definition. You can see they have mentioned payment purposes, investment purposes. Important note, this doesn't mean comparison to stocks or other investments. Virtual assets do not include digital representation of fiat currencies, securities or other financial assets. These topics have been already covered in other FATF regulations, and this is simply just a definition for them to separate cryptocurrencies from more traditional topics. And below you can see European Central Bank, who took a completely different approach and considers the question from another angle. I need time to download the second slide. Oh yeah, here it comes. So, as lawmakers used to categorize things, they say like, this is an investment, this is inheritance procedures, this is currencies, this is property, movable, immovable, etc. And you know, crypto assets kind of fit in all of these things listed on the slide. I think what's key to highlight here is that everyone has a slightly different view on what role it has, for what purposes crypto can be used, and depending on the usage case of crypto, depends what position it does fall onto. On the slides are different use cases, and you can make a deposit on the website, you can pay for services, buy a car, a piece of art. Crypto itself can be a piece of art with new NFT tokens. And with some big exchanges nowadays, you might get payouts if you buy a particular cryptocurrency. We can also talk nowadays about mass adoption of crypto. This year in March, Morgan Stanley became actually the first major bank who offer its wealth management clients Bitcoin as an asset. There is, of course, always regulation to be considered in place, but this is also a good sign of upcoming changes, like a fresh wind in this sphere. Especially now, we can say that crypto market getting out of the wild, wild west where everyone do whatever they want into a more regulated environment, which, of course, is also beneficial for the mass adoption. Because when you know what to use and how to use it, you use it. One of the popular myths that hinders mass adoption is that crypto was designed to some illicit affairs. Only criminals use it, which of course not, because no one here are criminals. Just looking at the figures in terms of money laundering, you can see here roughly 10 billion in transaction volume laundered in 2020 in crypto. Big number. However, the estimated amount of money laundered in traditional finance, fiat, especially cash, in 1 year is approximately from 2 to 5 global gross domestic product. In figures, it is in the range between 800 billion up to 2 trillion laundered globally in fiat. So you remember about 10 billion. It's like a drop in a bucket in comparison with traditional finance. We can say that most of criminals strongly prefer cash. It's still a king. And traditional finance, traditional structures, company structures give much more flexibility in this question. So 10 billion, by the way, it represents only 0.34% of all crypto transactions. The figure is really small. So how we keep this number small and maybe even smaller? Here where actually QIC and know your business procedures comes in place. So once compliance starts asking questions, it's not because we want to bother you. It's just because we want to make sure everything is right and we don't launder and do not contribute to this 10 billion. Okay. It is believed that anonymity gives rise to crypto being used by criminals. However, blockchain itself, if we talk in terms of public blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum, they are visible. Anyone can see any transaction widely that he wants. For cryptocurrency, the main function of the blockchain is to enable an unlimited number of parties to interfere globally without any intermediary like a bank. It is similar in some way to traditional bank wire. So you have the sender, the recipient, just no intermediary, no bank system in between of them. The main difference is also that no one can see SWIFT transaction except the sender, the recipient, and the bank system. But with blockchain, anybody can view it. The transaction information is presented so that you can see a transaction has happened. You see amount, addresses, but no information on who the parties are. Are they even different, or is just one person taking money from one pocket to another? What countries they are in? Is it even legal to use crypto in that country? No one knows answers to these questions. The transactions can be tracked and traced, especially with the help of blockchain mapping softwares like Crystal, Elliptic, Score Chain, Chain Analysis, etc. It's easy to follow this transaction, but so actually the placement of the fiat currency and the withdrawal of fiat currency from the virtual assets are not anonymous. This is where all the injunctions of criminal funds are being made. Any regulation that is coming will not regulate cryptocurrency or blockchain itself, because you cannot regulate something that exists in a decentralized manner. The regulation would cover not cryptocurrency and blockchain itself, they would cover actually these gateways where interference between fiat and crypto to fiat occurs, and allow persons to create those transactions. Oh, I believe while I was speaking, we have moved significantly. So, here you can see where some main basic points how crypto is regulated. I would like to emphasize the FATF travel rule. It is something that we have from traditional banking financing. When you have a bank transfer sending from one bank to another, you should type in such details as address, name of the sender, purpose of the payment, and the rest, blah, 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 without which the payment cannot be processed by the bank. This is basically a way for screening, but also identifying the names and the beneficiaries of the account holders to whom the money have been transferred. In crypto, you can send funds to a wallet ID and nobody knows who the wallet owner is. The travel rule is here ensuring that the exchange and crypto asset service providers who actually process the transaction between two wallets, between two users or two different customers, whatever you would prefer to call it, they have an obligation similar to collect and share information about the recipient of the transaction. There is not yet a set rule in the European Union, and it is not yet clear how actually you would connect a transaction with this information. However, this is definitely a step forward. Generally, the European Union has overarching financial regulatory framework, and this is principally made of EU regulations. They are directly applicable in the European Union member states, and the European Union directives. Yes, this is the part where my presentation gets boring, sorry. The European Union directives, they should be adopted in the national level, so the government should assess and think how to apply the directive in its national system. This framework ensures a certain degree of harmonization between different European Union member states, but of course there is no guarantee for uniform regulation, and especially when we speak about crypto assets. It provides a good example of the issue. For example, the fifth AML directive, which by the way is not completely in line with FATF regulations, and this was one of the main deficiencies of this directive, was considered and adopted way differently in different states, and still there are some pending countries who are still thinking how to do it. So very long, the main question, the threshold question in the European Union was whether crypto assets should be constructed as a financial instrument, or this is electronic money, or something completely different. And while the state gave answer to this question, it was clear what regulation to use, because if we consider it as a financial instrument, then we have nice and clear Markets in Financial Instruments Directive, commonly known as MiFID II. If we consider them as electronic money, then we should take a look to the second electronic money directive. The EU member states have interpreted and implemented these rules very, very differently. It is quite possible, and it is actually a real-life situation, when the same crypto asset, the same transaction is considered as a financial instrument in one jurisdiction, but not in another. It's just the way it is in the European Union. In addition, there are national laws who also have long-standing views on how to regulate security law, financial promotion, public offer, and sometimes some are more developed, like Liechtenstein and Switzerland. Some have just newly introduced some drafts, etc. But it is clear that the question should be regulated and harmonized. So with this view, actually on the 24th of September last year, the European Commission published a so-called document, Regulation on Markets in Crypto Assets, MiCA. This was a profound document. It forms a part of a wider set of Europe's digital finance strategy on how to regulate financial instruments. The idea of this document is to bring much needed harmonization and consistency across different countries in the crypto asset space in the European Union. By the way, CoinSpate, as member of the consultancy group, contributed to the development and still takes active part in discussions about MiCA. So we can say that this document is in the process of adopting in consultancy with the business, so it might actually give answers to our needs. I would like to give you a very brief overview, try not to be very legalish. Here, just to give you an entry idea to the topic. It is quite a comprehensive legal framework. Its main idea is to support innovation, consumer protection, ensure financial stability, among others. The good point is that it is a regulation, so it would have direct effect in the European Union member states. We can anticipate very little discrepancies between different national regimes and national supervision. So what MiCA does? It will regulate all crypto assets that are not within the definition of financial instruments. So at least we have an understanding that it is not a financial instrument, at least for now. It introduces rules for token issuers, defines what should be included in the white paper for token issuance. It includes requirements for the competent authorities to approve white paper, which is an enormous step forward in terms of how tokens should be issued. It also has rules on asset reference tokens, more commonly known as stable coins, and the e-money tokens. However, one of the deficiencies of MiCA is that definitions are quite broad, very cautious, very long-lasting, I would say. MiCA also introduces requirement for significant stable coins, and those will fall under subject to government control. There is also the European Union-wide supervision of crypto activities and, of course, requirements for crypto asset service providers, CASPs. They have introduced the concept and decided how it should be considered, who can become a CASP, and the main requirement... So the main requirement for CASP is to be a legal entity incorporated within the European Union. It might be slightly unfair to European Union companies providing virtual service assets because some companies might consider why to follow MiCA? We can incorporate outside of the European Union and freedom of consumer. They can come to us with good marketing in place and we can provide them services without burdensome MiCA regulation. But still, this is in the process of negotiations and debates on how to cover this asset. It is also important to mention that it should be a legal entity to offer virtual services. The definition of CASP is very broad, and really you cannot imagine any activity which doesn't fall within its definition. It is, if you offer custody, administration services, operating a trading platform, or even exchanging crypto to crypto, or even simply giving an advice on crypto, trust me, you will fall under CASP definition in MiCA. It is as broad as it could be. Basically, anyone doing anything with crypto will fall under the MiCA regulation. It should be noted that MiCA and crypto asset services defined in MiCA are not quite similar. What we can say is that they are based and in line with the investment services defined under MiFID. So at least we try not to have many deficiencies among definitions. As I already mentioned, CASP should be incorporated as a legal entity, company, foundation, other corporate bodies, no individuals or trusts. It must be authorized as a crypto asset service provider. Also subject to MiCA, some companies who already have license to provide investment services or banking services, and they are authorized to conduct similar activities just without crypto. They can be ellipted from the requirement of authorization as CASP and can provide just can add crypto asset services to their portfolio. Interesting point is that to provide payment services, the CASP will also need additional authorization. They would require permission as a payment institution, and these activities will most likely fall into payment directive. There are also many prudential and organization boring requirements, like governing bodies, officials of the company should meet fit and proper tests. It means you cannot just hire yesterday's student and tell, hey, this is our new MLRO in place. The company should have business continuity plans in place, and among other things, and other really boring legal stuff I would prefer not to mention. So the main question is that when we will finally have it adopted. It has been a year since initial discussion started over the paper. There have been many amendments and drafts from different European Union rapporteurs. We should also remember that as any European Union document adopted on such high level, the politics is also in place. Different countries have different politics and different views on how to develop and how to protect their economies from crypto and other services. So I can say that only time will show whether this regulation will be adopted and what will be the final text of the document. Thank you for your attention, and I hope nobody fall asleep.
Again, please give it a hand to Maria Kulenko, compliance at CoinSpate. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone. And I just want to add that I'm really excited to see I would say even like really close, almost like family gathering. Probably only those who are are lucky enough to be invited to this event could join us. And I really hope that you'll be enjoying the rest of our today's general meeting organized by CoinSpate. Right now, let's enjoy a nice lunch. I really hope that, are you hungry? Right now, we're going to have a lunch. After that, in 1 hour, please come back. At 2 p.m., we're going to proceed with more talks on DeFi, new media, crypto, and new keynote presentations. Thank you so much, and please be on time at 2 p.m. here. Thank you.
school, new school. It's just one school. It's just one school. It's just one school. It's just one school.
How much time has passed? We still believe the cultures are connected, all respected, inclusive, exclusive, one family produces another dance. Another dance.
Decided to crumble into pieces. At least you're still here and you're breathing. You should be happy to be alive despite it all. You don't need any other reason. For every hater, there's a lover. For every raindrop, there's the summer. Despite the hurt, there's a newborn looking up to see hope in his mother.
CoinSpate Media, bringing you the best coverage of crypto and DeFi space. CoinSpate is an ecosystem that helps your business successfully tap into the crypto world. CoinSpate Media, bringing you the best coverage of crypto and DeFi space. CoinSpate, your all-in-one crypto ecosystem. CryptoProcessing.com. We provide a frictionless crypto payment solution for your business. CoinSpate Media, your go-to cryptocurrency news and education outlet. CoinSpate Media. News and insights on crypto you can trust.
Something for your mind. 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 Something for your mind, your body and your soul.
CoinSpate, bringing joy to crypto usage.
Your soul.
wanna feel your blue sky. I wanna see your sunlight. It's been like 2 years of night, and I've been missing your touch. I wanna
Crypto processing.
don't be afraid in this case. Be very bold, doing like networking. Maybe somebody of us like really like social, somebody of us like more like maybe we may say not so social, but still push your boundaries and definitely do the networking. Do so as they call them speed dating in terms of business. So you definitely meet with someone, you discuss some things, you get to know each other, and maybe in the future this collaboration may be successful for you and your partner. Once again, thank you so much for being here at CoinSpate event. Crypto wallet provider here organizes this summit for everyone to join, to know more about the updates here in UAE and beyond. And also, as I said earlier, listen to interesting presentations, panel discussions, and do some very fruitful networking. I really hope that it is fruitful. And as far as I touched today, not only once, the topic of decentralized finance, it's really also important to get to know where does it stand right now? Where is it heading? What we're going to see in decentralized finance here in UAE specifically as well. Because like just like a few, like, I don't know, even months ago, like a lot of people were like asking me, what is DeFi here? And now what I can see, and that's why I'm really enjoying this, that people are getting to know more. They're reading more. They're getting, by the way, they're asking quite often for me some news media that I'm reading. And when they're getting, like, they're doing their research, they're getting to know more projects, they're getting to know more, they're getting to know into, like, more in the game. So they're really becoming knowledgeable. And I really like when everyone is progressing. I believe one of the biggest, and probably the best things in the world that we can actually work on ourselves, work on our personalities and become better, become more knowledgeable, become more advanced. And in this case, I'm really happy to see that a lot of people are becoming really more advanced in the crypto topics, in blockchain topics. Like just the other day, I'm meeting people from family offices here, and they are just touching the topic of decentralized finance, of crypto in general, but they are look so passionate. One of the things that I can definitely tell, all of the people, like I think 90% of the people who are in crypto, they are passionate. Am I right? Are you passionate about the things that you're doing, about the things that you're learning, about the things that you're getting to know more here? Am I correct? Yeah, who's passionate? Raise your hand. Oh, okay, let's make a percentage. Who will raise their hands, but sincerely? And you'll say that I'm passionate, truly. That means it will be the percentage of those who are in crypto and who are passionate. Okay, first, who is already deep in the game in crypto? Raise your hands once again. Okay, so among those who are already in the game, in this case, I'll be asking only you because, as I said, some of the traditional businesses, they're coming here as well. So for among those who are in crypto, raise your hands who are passionate about crypto. Okay, but yeah, please, somebody not so active, but still, please be active all the time. Probably as well, our next speakers, as we're going to talk about decentralized finance, about the people who are really passionate, I think, about decentralized finance. Am I correct? So for our next panel discussion, which is about will DeFi make all banks obsolete? I think we're going to know the answer really fast, really soon. So for this, please welcome on the stage Dmitry Ivanov, Head of Marketing at CoinSpate. Dmitry has a strong background in strategy consulting, partner relationship management, and finance. He has worked with dozens of corporate clients in fields ranging from financial exchanges to consumer products. Dmitry has been involved with crypto projects in the past 2 years, consulting them on scaling and business optimization. Please give him a big hand. Yeah. Don't be, in this case, modest while clapping. Please also give a big hand to Alex Armengol, disruptive innovator. Alex has been working with disruptive innovation projects since 2003. After working in Deutsche Bank Innovation Department, he had a mission to promote and trace a plan for Andorra's diversification strategy. One of the results was the creation of law draft for Andorra, an international hub for blockchain-exclusive projects, bridging the gap between established and disruption. Please give him a big hand. Alex Armengol. Also welcome today, George Sebastio, co-founder and CEO at Global Blockchain Organization, a seasoned CEO, STO, advisor, international speaker with experience in blockchain, DeFi, asset tokenization, cybersecurity, AI, IoT, 5G, cloud computing, and big data. Give him a big hand, please. Also, please welcome on the stage Kirill Mishanin, co-founder at InfoDriver, asset management fund and blockchain consulting company. Kirill has been involved in crypto space since 2017 and runs technical partnership with top IT companies, IBM, Oracle, and Alibaba, Lenovo. 10 years experience in sales and marketing in high-tech companies. Please give him a big hand. And this panel today will be moderated by Pedro Rivera, community builder, blockchain advocate, and investor, the organizer of the Crypto Mondays, San Juan, CEO of the Hemp of the Future, founder and executive chairman of Liquid Exchange and education platform. The floor is yours.
Do I have a microphone?
Yeah, you can actually have the one you have. This one is working, that one is working. Okay. So you may feel free.
Welcome everybody to Dubai. Seems to be the center of the world these type of days for blockchain and all things in crypto related. Let me get a round of applause for my esteemed guests and colleagues up here on the stage. You guys give me some energy, man. Let's get some energy going. So we're here to talk about decentralized finance and how decentralized finance is here to change the world and actually, give you guys an opportunity to take what was only available to a certain class of people and now offer it to the main stage and give all the people a chance to get an opportunity to actually grow in their assets and so on and so forth. So we are here to talk about decentralized finance. Why don't we start with you? Why don't you introduce yourself, my brother? You have a microphone right next to you. Yeah. What is DeFi to you, and how do you see DeFi changing our world today?
1, 2, 3.
Good morning.
Morning. So if we are talking about DeFi finance today, I think it's the best opportunity for financial companies or for businesses in digital space who has free liquidity or free funds to get additional rewards without any barriers, limitless, I would say, without strong regulation, and especially with a high APY, what traditional finance can't to provide us. So, and the next step of decentralized finance we are expecting, I would say, I'd like to see how regulators will try to regulate it and to make it legal. But according to my opinion, I think it's impossible because in any case, it's impossible to block blockchain transactions. So I think it would be funny to see how they try to regulate this sphere.
I have a very strong opinion on regulation that, I'm open to change for sure. But we have an esteemed guest in the crowd, Imam Pulis, today. In Malta, right, was one of the first markets to regulate crypto. And what they did is they essentially regulated themselves out of crypto, unfortunately. The challenge with regulation is the technology grows faster than regulation does. And ultimately what you regulate today won't be valid 6 months from now. So I think that all of us are here today because we were educated on crypto, not because we were regulated by it. And then ultimately, as regulations grow, what ends up happening is entrepreneurs move with their feet. As most of us here, we're global people, we go where the opportunities lie. Now, we're not running from regulation. It's just ultimately what happens is regulation ends up boxing you in. So the challenge that regulators have is to regulate a market that's ever evolving. But we'll talk about that another day. I think education should come way before regulation. If we're all educated in something, we know about it, then ultimately we'll have the freedom to choose what's right and what's not. You, sir, what's DeFi to you, and how do you see it changing our world?
Thank you. Let me put another point of view in that sense, and I will use my profession, which is disruptive innovation. No? And from that point of view, my work is kind of monitoring how these things are changing, or how the innovations are changing societies, and how we can go ahead and translate. No? If I come to your point you were making, like, in disruption, it's really very important to start up from scratch, no? Instead of taking the old system and trying to put it in a new. No? And talking about what is DeFi representing, basically is the disruptive innovation of the banks. Wow, that's a big word, no? But we have to understand that with disruptions we can take past things that have happened, no? And with disrupting banks we could think about banks are horses and DeFi are the cars, no? And so taking from this more philosophical point of view instead of this business, we can take a look more over the wood instead of the tree, no? And of course in that track, in that segment we're going, it is very important what you said about first education then regulation, no? But we will have to take in mind that we are trying to disrupt the more powerful economic actor in the world, and that makes a lot of barriers, no? And these barriers have to be or fight against them, or let's go against them, no? And that was a little bit my wanted point of putting some kind of let's see how we do it, no? In my case, I'm from Andorra, this unknown and very, very small country between Spain and France, and we have been taking a look very hard at Malta, how they have done, no? And finally also we've seen also Switzerland, Liechtenstein doing that, no? Since we are so small, in our case, in Andorra, we are only 80,000 people, if we don't go together with establishment, for sure we don't do nothing, no? And the community we created basically start up on the next step on saying, okay, we're not going alone, we're going to do that together with our establishment. So we went up there, we tried to educate them on what was happening, no? And finally from 5 banks, 3 accepted to work up with us. And basically we went up to create the philosophy of what regulation should be, yeah? And at that point, of course, it was not only saying we're doing that and sitting the compliance people from the establishment together with us and saying, hey guys, this is okay, we can go, but it was also what kind of business we're going to give you, no? And then that's why I understand DeFi can be a very useful tool, because in fact they're gonna change. And as I said before, disruptions, we cannot come from the past and convert the past to the present, but we have to start up from scratch, no? And in that point, and that's the legal debate now on the parliament, no? But in that point, DeFi is very useful if we think that the new machine, let's say the car, with air conditioning compared to the horse where you don't have air conditioning, no? So let's put the car in front, and when we have this car, let's see how we can go with this car much farther, but with the customers from the horses. And that's where we can bridge really a gap. We can bridge the gap between the establishment and disruption, no? Let's find these customers, and let's put our new car the more easy way that the horse jockey can drive this car, no? And for that, and this also to thank CoinSpate here, I think it's what they're doing. It's let's put, and Max already this morning told us, let's do this very, very, very easy, you know? But then let's go how we can go together with the banks, with the customers, and how these banks can, and now I put the maximum, no? How can these banks can take her grandmother customer so easy, so that she can drive this car, no?
Excellent. Mr. Sebastian, DeFi, what does it mean to you, and how do you see it growing in this.
Okay, first, my name is George Sebastio. I helped build the community here around Dubai. I've been in blockchain space for about 7 years. The interesting thing is DeFi is, most people think is new, but it's not. DeFi has been around for about 5 years over. So it just became fashion, I guess it was sometime last year, because people realized. Now why is DeFi so important? Because DeFi is a much lower cost of transaction if it's developed correctly, and it allows you to introduce FinTech or financial services in a much more inclusive and disruptive way. So you can involve things like offering microloans, insurance, and other services in a much more cost-effective way, because instead of them running inside a bank, they're actually running inside the blockchain as code. Now, does that mean that the world is perfect? No. DeFi, like any other technology, needs to go through a certain amount of maturity. And I have probably a list of, I don't know, 5, 6 issues that DeFi needs to address in order to grow much better and much faster. One is the GUI, so the user experience is terrible a little bit, because connecting a MetaMask wallet is okay maybe for the guys in the audience, but if the guy is the security guard outside, MetaMask is not so easy. Performance, because some blockchains are a bit more clogged up than others, like Ethereum, and happens from time to time. Cost of transactions, in some blockchains is okay, but in others it is not. Security, because you can say that DeFi is based on code. For every 1,000 lines of code, you get one bug. For every 10,000 lines of code, you get a critical bug. So that means you need to audit this code much more tightly, because one bug means the entire DeFi system has collapsed. And I think if you go back and search on Google, there's been at least 10 collapses, serious ones in DeFi, where amounts of upwards of $50 to $100 million have disappeared. Other issues, compliance, KYC, meaning know your own customer, or governance associated with, because I think the bridge between regulated and non-regulated is extremely important. I do know that regulation is always 5 years behind, but there's a way to solve that, and one of the ways to solve that is something that Bahrain has introduced 3 years ago, and it's not unique to Bahrain, but we call this the regulatory sandbox. Now, what is a regulatory sandbox? The government, in this case the central bank, allows you to do what you want for 1 to 2 years. They examine your project, they see success, and then they pass the necessary legislation for you to be able to operate that business after the fact. So it's almost like you get kind of a leash to do what you want to do with technology, but under a controlled environment. So I think that is the big changes that are coming. I think the other thing that I would like to also bring that is probably important is the merge between what I would call virtual and real assets. Everything cannot be virtual. So I think the most successful DeFi projects in the future are the ones that are going to be able to mix real world assets with DeFi. What it happens to be gold tokenization, Bitcoin tokenization, which is another virtual asset, diamonds or real estate as an example. The other big change that I see coming in November is Taproot, which will allow the Bitcoin blockchain to also have much more sophisticated smart contracts. So the things that you have seen today in the Ethereum blockchain will start appearing in other blockchains, like Cardano, which is still struggling a little bit with smart contracts. But you can say that because of the mass adoption that exists now in blockchain, if you can do smart contracts, that means you'll be able to also do DeFi in the blockchain environment. And this is my short version.
That's the short version. Kirill, how you doing, sir?
Hello, Pedro. Hello, guys. Hello, everyone.
What is DeFi, and how do you see it evolving in this ever-changing landscape that we're currently in?
Actually, for me personally, DeFi changed my life, and my future goal to change people's life. So half year ago, without zero budget, I create simple token, and I raise capital. For 1 week, I raised $100K. I built ecosystem, I registered company, I hired nice team, I was engaged into alliance of nice partners, networking, events, and right now I apply for DeFi VC fund license. So it gives me VC capital outside of UAE or inside UAE, and we could invest the best top-notch projects from our side. So this is how breakthrough DeFi is. So for half year, with zero budget, you could raise 30 million, 50 million if you really connecting technology to people's lives.
I would hope DeFi has a little bit more understanding than that. But yeah, ultimately, you know, decentralized finance, very simple, man. It just gives you financial products offered in a decentralized manner. It lowers the cost of the price of the services because you got less overhead, and also, too, less cost for the licenses and the regulations because typically these projects are built in different variety of markets that you don't have the expenses that you would in certain markets that have high costs for these licenses and fees. So that's another challenge that regulators have as they regulate moving forward, is how do you keep the costs low so this way you can spread some of those profits back to the people who are involved in your platform. How do you see DeFi growing moving forward, and what do you see DeFi going to do in the next, say, 2 years?
I would say I see like the main point for growing in B2B customers, in digital businesses who right now is not famous with DeFi, probably not working with cryptocurrency yet. Due to these reasons, CoinSpate is building a simple DeFi dashboard. We educate current merchants. We building cryptocurrency academy to educate and attract non-crypto audience. And by means of B2B audience, by means of the capital and the base of user base, the DeFi market can bloom in, I would say, the next 2 years, because you know when you have a B2B customer with millions of end users, it's easy to move DeFi and to educate DeFi than working with end user at the beginning, I would say.
And you, sir, what was the name of the country you said you're from? Andorra. Yeah. No Spanish?
No Spanish, no. I got Andorran passport, only 80,000 people.
And how do you...
Catalan, we speak Catalan, but also Spanish and French. We're kind of watchtower from on the Pyrenees, on the mountains, very beautiful. Whenever you like to come, welcome.
Excellent. So how is DeFi, you know, you guys have a unique opportunity being in a smaller market, right? And having these smaller nations, you have the ability to regulate quicker, right? And ultimately you can invite a lot more people to there. There's certain markets in the world globally that are attractive to entrepreneurs such as myself and some of the colleagues that I have, where we identify these markets as being hot spots. What are some of the things that you've identified in the DeFi space, and how could it benefit your nation?
Well, basically, as everyone, and more in the Europe circumstance, no, the thing is, there's, and when you were asking for this next 2 years, no, we are in a kind of place where we don't know, no. In fact, we cannot say. What we can say is, look again on the disruptive point of view, is what had happened with blockchain and crypto. Now, which was the most massive adoption of crypto on the last 5 years? No, I would say, and I would say that it would be the trading. No, the trading perhaps is the product that was more adopted by anyone. In fact, it was the door, the entering door to the world. No? Let's buy some, let's speculate somehow, and from then on we go and specialize. If we take up that past to this future next 2 years on DeFi, well, basically what does it represent at the end, and which is the most adoption on let's say Uniswap, for instance, or whatever platforms, is that the democratization of the financing on some kind of utility, perhaps, if that's for. So what I foresee the next 2 years is this. Meanwhile, every bank product would be disrupted, no, but has to be still constructed, no. And we have platforms like CoinSpate, for instance, that is already prepared for that, no. But perhaps the next 2 years, perhaps it's let's see. Before it was the ICOs, no. For these ICOs, you needed plenty of marketing budgets, no? DeFi now decentralize that, the cost of going on public and say, hey guys, do you trust on me? And that's the point. Do you trust on me? If people trust on you, they just put money inside, no? So DeFi for me, the next 2 years is going to be the boom on that.
I think ultimately the reason why crypto is so popular is because you don't have to trust me, you trust the code, right? You trust technology. It's trustless-based technology. So blockchain in itself is the truth verification machine. And as long as the smart contract indicates XYZ and ABC happens, then XYZ is sure to exist. And that's what the beauty of the smart contracts are. So George, how do you see DeFi growing over the next 2 years, sir?
I see some elements that are extremely important, and as long as we address them, DeFi will be successful. So first one would be performance, so being able to support millions of transactions per second instead of 7 or 20 or 50. Better user experience. And when I talk about user experience, how many people here have used Revolut? 1, 2, 3. Revolut set the standard for FinTech. And what does it really mean? That means in 14 clicks, you can open your account and you do your first transfer. So the day DeFi is able to do that in 14 clicks, it will explode the same way Revolut did. The other one is the tie-up with virtual and real assets. So that means being able to tokenize real estate or other assets as it's things. But one thing I like to mention, and this is an impact technology. An impact technology, I want to introduce a common friend, which is Brock Pierce, that has made an interesting definition, and it's the definition of the modern billionaire. A billionaire is somebody that creates a solution that helps 1 billion people. So where are those 1 billion people? So we have 1 billion people in China, we have 1 billion people in India, we have 1 billion people in Africa, and we have 2 billion Muslims, which means that the first DeFi solution that will also be Islamic compliant or ethically compliant is going to boom beyond your imagination. That's the future.
Excellent. Kirill, how do you see DeFi growing over the next 2 years?
I'm 100% agree with Georgia. So in coming 2 years, the classical DeFi code for gigs will integrate it with application. We've integrated with government compliance, and any Arabic lady or any Arabic guy could download app, click the strategy he would like to invest, blah, 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 XY strategy, swipe left and he upload dirham in it, swipe right and he fix the profit. This is the $1 billion market. This is the $1 billion projects. And those guys who simply integrate it for simple application with 10 clicks to run the strategy, they will they will host the whole DeFi market.
Excellent. So one thing I don't want to lose sight of, right, is people have a propensity to believe that inside of crypto, the only way you can make money is through trading. That could not be more wrong. I absolutely don't trade, not even a little bit, and I promise you I've made a lot of money in the blockchain space. And one of the things that DeFi offers us is the ability to make money without trading, things like liquidity pools and staking. And this is some of the things that people often overlook. So why don't you talk about some of the things DeFi offers outside of trading, Dimitri?
If we are talking about DeFi offerings, outside the trading,
liquidity pools, staking.
Yeah, I see. I think if we are talking about further development, lending and borrowing will develop the most preferable way because we have both sides. Those who has liquidity and the other side, guys who need money for developing their startups,
Correct.
businesses, and so on. And DeFi is a great match for both of them because there is no any borders, there is no any limits for acting, and it's like trustless protocol. In this case, everyone can deliver or take funds from each other, which are regulated by smart contracts. And it's like trustless, as I mentioned before, and both parties will benefit from it. One side on API, the other side, develop and create their businesses, startups, and give back these funds with percentage. So in this case, both sides earning on it, I think.
Excellent. And you, sir, some of the products that DeFi offers outside of trading?
For me, I think that the greatest product, when talking disruptively, if we disrupt the banks, the purpose of the banks is give debt, no? So give debt. So when disrupting the debt with the decentralization of DeFi, basically what it's going to give is the democratization of debt. No, until now, I don't know how many, now it's the rate with people without bank account, no?
80%.
The debt machine with a decentralized bank, it's going to give the possibility to get debt to, not to anyone, but in a regular manner and everything done, it's going to give much more possibilities on that. The exponentiality of the new product that DeFi is going to give is debt.
Excellent. Jorge, you're taking a lot of notes over there, sir. I want to see that notepad.
Okay, no problem. Here it is. No, I think apart from staking, loans, etc., I think micro loans are extremely important. These are loans specifically for businesses to be successful.
Those are great in third world countries.
Correct. Very important because like now it's loan sharks. You know, you get a loan for a week and you're paying maybe 20%. This is not acceptable in today's world. A second one would be insurance. So being able to insure, it's part of the financial system. Tokenization. Multi-chain DeFi and wrapping, so being able to take bitcoins and make them live in the DeFi world and any other types of assets. I believe that everybody's creating their blockchain. No, you need to have integration, so things like Polkadot and others are going to pay, Solana and others are going to play an extremely important role in this integration. And the last one is the integration with AI. So being able to do things like, for example, arbitrage or any other types of mechanisms that learns from what has happened in the past and makes recommendations for what to do best in the future.
Excellent. Kirill, some of the products that DeFi offers outside of trading.
Yeah, sure. We as a fund, we supply liquidity to DEXs, Uniswap, CoinSwap, PancakeSwap. We as Alliance with other funds, we manage more than 50 million liquidity. You as a customer, you as a small liquidity provider, you also could stake your Bitcoin. Just change it to wrapped Bitcoin, stake on any lending platform and yield some profit. This is first solution. Second one, you could track the market and who create the best new DeFi technology, and you could just buy their tokens. It's also profit. For example, Uniswap, when you purchase it at the beginning, it raised like of 2,000% within short period of time, and you become very successful guy. Just track the technology, track the team, and make your own choice. So 100% projects are not successful. So probably 1% out of them are very successful.
Excellent. So one last thing I want to leave you guys with, and I want to make sure that we touch on, as these people have mentioned, there are a variety of ways that you can get active in the DeFi space. People ask me all the time, man, like, what are some of the things I can do? And number one thing that every single person in here can do, whether you believe it or not, is educate people. Especially if you're someone who does not know much about this space, you would be surprised at how many people want to hear from you. Because people hear people like myself or the gentleman on stage, and they think we're too advanced, they think we're too knowledgeable, they think that we have a lot of experience in the financial and technology sectors, and ultimately they can't understand us. But I teach women especially all over the place on how to get active in this space and how to make videos online. And you'll be surprised at how many people actually want to hear from a beginner, how do you do these things, and ultimately how do you get involved, how do you create a wallet, how do you stake your tokens, and so on and so forth. And I found that women especially are much better at saving money than guys. We typically spend our money on women. So women are usually better at saving their money. So last thing I want to leave you guys with, last question I want to ask you is, how do you see the role of education in the DeFi space?
If you're talking about education, first of all, we should pay attention to the right customer journey, to the right customer funnel. We are at CoinSpate working with, I would say, 3 or even 4 stages of education. The first one, you should attract attention attention of non-crypto user, then you should convert it and to make it interested in crypto in general by means of lead magnets, by means of guides, educational materials, video tutorials, and so on. The next step, you should convert it into crypto to make it crypto user. In this case, you come with perfect product with perfect tools, for example, like CoinSpate, with easiest customer journey inside back office, inside admin panel, and you always should touch such users with interesting facts about crypto, about trending news, about probably with education materials, and motivate them to use crypto in everyday life. And finally, after you make it crypto loyal, you can move it to DeFi space with perfect guides, tutorials, with collaboration with other projects, DeFi products, with influencers, providing them a perfect tool for step-by-step engagement in DeFi space with clear outcomes of working with DeFi.
Excellent. You, sir, education in DeFi space and its role.
Let me front that on 3 points. No? So the first one, the one you're saying, which is let's put tools for education on the floor. No? In my case, we just again with the token, the CPK token, we've launched a docu series that's viewed in major VODs, and this, of course, it's an education. But let's go to the second and third point, which I think it's try to resolve the problem from another point side. No. The second one would be educating on that is like educating on a language, no? But here, if we have technology and technology improves, that means that the language every time it's easier to understand, no? And in fact, is what CoinSpate is doing. You know, what this morning Max was saying. Let's make it easy to the people, no? If we make it more easy, it will be much easier to educate on that, no? And let's go to the third point, which this is more philosophical, but I think it's important that at that point that we are doing this new market, blockchain market, DeFi market, we're at this point where we're starting from scratch, no? And if we look at the past, what was in the past, or what is our past, no? Is that the establishment, it's in a consciousness rank where still we think about competition, toxic competition, no? And the markets are very clear, so everybody knows where to say, nobody says nothing. It's a kind of career, it's a kind of a race where everybody, where the overall loses a lot because nobody speaks with nobody, no? Whereas here we're starting something new, and this something new, we can go up to the 6th level of consciousness where let's do good to our surrounding instead of let's have success and be competitively toxic, no? So in that point, if we go and our surrounding is much, much better, what would happen is that the easiness to come to be educated on that would be much better, and not only because I'm going to win a lot of money, no?
Excellent.
6 items.
6?
Yes. First one, end user awareness. Absolutely. So this is like friendly know-how, how to open an account, how to use MetaMask, etc., etc.
Shout out to Joel D.
Second one, cybersecurity, because obviously just last year $2 billion got lost. So that really means people need to know how to protect their keys, how to protect their passwords. As you know, if you lose your Bitcoin password, it's gone forever. Nobody can really help you too much. Third one, programming languages for smart contracts. Looks like trivial, but it's not. Today, the most known programming language everybody knows is called JavaScript. However, most programming languages for DeFi are like Solidity. Only 2 to 3%, 5% maximum of the programmers know Solidity, so there's a shortage of skills. Number 4, APIs, ecosystem, how to integrate the different layers together. Number 5, regulation, so understand the regulatory frameworks that exist in the various jurisdictions around the world. And the last one, most important one, I call it wallets. Does everybody here know that you can have hot, warm, cold, and frozen wallets? You know the difference between all of these?
One day we'll learn. Kirill, education and its role in DeFi.
So for us, the key education is to educate the most powerful people, the wealth management, VC funds, money holders, etc. Just imagine, for example, if you invest as an investor just put money in your bank, you could raise like 2-3% per year. If you have real estate, you could have like 5% per year. If you have oil gas company, it gives you, I don't know, 15-20%. If you have stock markets, it's 30%. Once you put your money into DeFi, minimum it could be 48%. So our target audience to connect those big money to cool technology. Once each bank understands it, once each VC understands it, so we will live in better life. Just imagine if the pension from any younger generation, ladies and guys, will be based on DeFi technology, we will have not like 5% per year, we will have 60% for year their pension. Pretty simple technology, just invented, integrated, and this is the knowledge which we need to bring to guys who own the planet.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So that's our time that we have for you guys. I think the Sandman's coming up here to pull us off the stage. If you guys have any questions for our guys in the audience, you feel free to give them a round of applause, man. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Picture. Where's my picture, guys? Come on up here.
Once again, give a big hand to Pedro Rivera, Dmitry Ivanov, Alex Armengol, George Sebastian, Kirill Mishanin.
You make us look good.
Likewise. Thank you so much. And right now, I would kindly ask to our team, while they're taking pictures, we can get rid of the chairs, because after our panel discussion, right now we'll move forward more to keynote presentations. And as far as we talked today quite a lot about DeFi, decentralized finance, we probably already learned quite a vocabulary about the decentralized finance, how to use it, how to invest it, whatever. But still, all the time you have to be careful. You have to, as they say all the time, do your own due diligence, right? First learn, first know which projects do you believe in, which do you consider to be valuable enough, and which do you consider, of course, to be promising. But also, apart from like learning about these topics in detail, I believe that one of the most important thing is when we know about decentralized finance from our own experience. So first we learn, later on we learn how to maybe invest, and maybe sometimes we learn from our mistakes. A lot, by the way, I think we can learn from our mistakes. And our next speaker will definitely share with us his own experience. So please welcome on the stage Timur Kudratov, CEO and founder of LWK Group. He will today share his own experience about his losses and profits in DeFi. The microphone is yours.
More like losses. No, it's not.
In here.
Yep, losses, a lot. Well, hi everyone, happy to be here, and thanks to the previous panel, Pedro, amazing on the stage, see you, dressed up nicely, fashionable. Well, let me just open my notes. I don't have presentation anyway, so that will be easier and more interesting. Yeah, sure, I can. Oh yeah, that we want. All right, I'll make it short. Quick introduction about myself, the company I work for, and what we do, how we make our profits in DeFi, how we lose money in DeFi, personal experience, no financial advices, and obviously with great influencers and leaders from blockchain here, like George Sebastião, Pedro Riviera, Iman, Tony Weiss, Da Vinci J, and majority of you guys, you already know what is DeFi. It was discussed previously here, so nothing more to add unless I just share our personal experience. So we decided to not have any presentation, just to keep it like this. We combined the videos, highlights from events we did this year, some of our successful events. I lost weight, as you can see. Yeah, a lot. So let's agree then whenever I say something really cool or useful, you just make a round of applause so I know I'm moving in the same direction. I'm not making it boring. So, well, yeah. Quick introduction about myself. So, Timur Kudratov. I'm from Uzbekistan, 35 years old, came to Dubai in 2004, joined a hospitality company, Jumeirah, which helped me a lot to grow within booming times of Dubai. So 2004, 5, 6. 2006, we started the company. It was a concierge service company, Luxury World Key Concierge, which exists till today. We turned ourselves into a group of companies because we were always following the market trends, whatever was required. The concierge service was a big boom, event management. We have a second citizenship company, real estate, more like traditional business, obviously. Back in 2017, we got ourselves involved into crypto space, blockchain. It was a big trend, big boom, a lot of events happening and networking, and invested in 17 different ICOs. 99% of those never started. That was the first failure. And obviously we took not only our investment, but investors' investments into crypto world. It was a big failure, but luckily for us, the whole crypto went up, so we recovered most of the losses and stayed there. So 60% of our current investments still goes into traditional business. We can't deny the existence of DeFi and blockchain and crypto, so 40% we do invest in different projects. We get pitches on daily basis from good projects, bad projects, interesting projects, but we know how to, we found a strategy for ourselves to identify. So we have three major directions maybe. It's learn, network, and invest. So before we invest, we learn, and it's constant learning. I follow most of the people I just mentioned on YouTube, Instagram, Telegram. I read, and I recommend everyone, whoever is joining this space. It's yours, Pedro? Yeah, fuck. Can I just get a water? Yeah, exactly. Just so how we started. So I thought that I'm an entrepreneur, so we start different businesses. Some of them fail, some of them skyrocket. Same thing happened with crypto industry. When we get approached with the project, we look at the team behind, we look at the solution they're trying to bring to the market, whether this solution really going to help or it's just another Dubai coin or anything hyped. Well, we did make some money in Shiba, in Doge, in all that pump and dump projects, which was a lot of more like fun rather than financial strategy. I don't have financial background. I'm not a tech guy. I learned the hard way, through mistakes. And luckily, I have surrounded myself, or I got myself within the community where I have really good partners, people who understand crypto, who understand blockchain. But I always say that very few can say that they're really, I would say they're educational. I mean, rather than being rather than being gurus, because it's still new industry. As you heard, some people say I'm 5 years involved, 4 years involved, 2 years involved, and DeFi itself, decentralized finance, helps us make a lot of money, helps our investors to make money, but it's still like, it's not in a gray zone. I mean, it's still not regulated, which when we discussed today about regulations, the whole point of decentralized finance was that there will be no regulator. So that's where I find it interesting and difficult to understand that the whole DeFi, the whole blockchain was there when the Satoshi Nakamoto wrote his 9-pager. By the way, to those who is new to blockchain, I recommend personally to read 9-pager, white paper of Satoshi Nakamoto, because sometimes when we meet with developers or people who pitch their projects, they never heard about white paper of Satoshi Nakamoto, and I believe that that's where you start, the basics. You understand why Bitcoin is the cryptocurrency within the blockchain, what is blockchain. So yeah, I keep on watching the video. I've seen it 1,000 times, but it's still interesting. So, failures. We lost an X amount of money on different projects. Polkadot was one of them. When it went from 48 down to 17, I was like, shit. Was it the right decision? I can see that it's growing now. Yes, it is a right decision because, as Pedro and others on the panel said, that there are plenty of other ways to make money apart of trading, by liquidity pools, by staking, all those new words to me. It still means something to most of you. But it is a really interesting industry. I mean, it makes me laugh, and what I truly believe that the community is important. Everyone who organizes events. By the way, I just want to make a round of applause to CoinSpate group who have organized this amazing event. Yeah. Come on. More. Pedro. So they did well. I mean, they brought people from different angles of the world, and it's a lot of effort, honestly. I mean, to get the venue, get all the permissions, make sure that every speaker comes, because sometimes they get sick, sometimes they don't want to come because there are, what we counted last time with George was like more than 43 different events within October and November related to blockchain and crypto, 43. And the community of blockchain in Dubai itself is not that big. So that's why you might see same faces, same speakers, same audience, but we all try. It helps to communicate, it helps to network, and I believe that within the DeFi industry, within the blockchain, collaborations, partnerships, networking is really important. It helped us get into really interesting projects. No financial advices. We invested in Kirobo. Kirobo project, they are developing the undo button for blockchain. Really saw the rise of it, and hoping, finger crossed, it's gonna go more. We went into Solana, Cardano, majority of different DeFi platforms and projects, and we're still learning. I still get scared when Bitcoin drops. And luckily, I still have saved that video of Da Vinci J. I told you so. And he said to buy Bitcoin at $1. And that's what motivates, that helps to learn more. And today, we heard a lot of different abbreviations. So I just want to go through some of them. And to those who are new to Dubai or they heard, because sometimes I've been approached saying, yes, I know there is a crypto license in DMCC. Well, as far as I know, currently there are 3 free zones who issues the crypto license, but none of them allows you to be an exchange. So, none of them allows you to exchange fiat for crypto and crypto to fiat. And I'll just go through abbreviations. So we heard DMCC, so it's Dubai Multi-Commodities Center. It's located in Jumeirah Lake Towers. Almas Tower is their headquarters. The CEO is Ahmed bin Suleim, is a good friend of our company. They joined with Crypto Valley from Zouk, Mr. Ralph, and they're working on developing the licenses. Currently, they have 3 types of licenses, but none of them, as I said, allows you to trade or exchange. It's coming over there. So then we heard about SCA, S-C-A, it's Security Commodities Authority, is another organization which allows those free zones to issue those type of licenses. Recently, as we heard, they signed another agreement with DWTC, which stands for Dubai World Trade Center. It's another free zone which also is planning. Currently they don't, but they will have soon in November, December. They said they will issue licenses, but still, as I said, none of them allows you to act as a bank or DAO or an exchange. Then we have Abu Dhabi, ADGM, Abu Dhabi Global Market, another free zone located in Abu Dhabi which issues digital asset licenses. And DIFC, Dubai International Financial Center. Good news, yes, as was mentioned today by one of the ladies, that on Wednesdays they announced together with DFSA to issue new licenses regulated by them, which will allow funds most probably to establish. So, yeah, I believe that the only way to succeed is to fail. You can't have, you don't have an understanding of that you're doing a good job or you succeeded without a failure. So that's why I'm 100% sure that everyone here lost a bit of money by trading, by investing into DeFi, into wrong projects. As I said, be careful with where you invest. Sometimes on the paper, on the white paper, the project itself looks amazing. We were approached by a company who claimed to say that, oh, finally we got a license. They guarantee 20% return on a monthly basis, which is questionable. In crypto world and blockchain, you can't really guarantee the return of that much if it's fixed. And they said, well, but we have a license. It was an LLC license. It's called Bitcoin IT Solutions. And it was just a trade name reservation. However, for some people who doesn't know the license process, for them it was good enough that the license is there. Bitcoin IT Solutions, the activities of that company was digital and web designing and marketing solutions. So it was nothing to do with crypto. As I said, there are no current licenses which allows you to trade, hold assets, or help other clients to make money as DAO. Well, what else? Nothing much. There are thousands of ways to learn and understand DeFi, and luckily for us, for our generation, it's all free sources. It's all available online. It is important to have not sort of a mentor, or at least connect yourself to a proper community where you learn from what other people say. I was lucky enough to be within that community. I'm happy that Dubai is becoming a hub for a lot of crypto influencers, crypto entrepreneurs, and I'm happy to be part of that growth in Dubai, in UAE. And I think that's it. That's nothing much. Losses are, there, profits as well. If you have any questions, it's quiet today. Let me tell you a joke then. I went on Google and searched for top crypto jokes. Well, I do that every time I go out to a networking event. I want to be somehow related to crypto community. So, why do Bitcoin investors want a Lambo? Because they know Ferrari is owned by Fiat. Yeah. Good one, huh? Last one. How do you make a small fortune from investing in Bitcoin? Start off by investing a large fortune in Bitcoin. Yeah. Done. Basically, that's it.
Once again, give a big hand to Timur Kudrato, CEO and founder of LWK Group. Thank you so much. And actually, Timur, just to follow up what you just said, one of the things that I can also share from my experience, definitely follow crypto memes. Because have you seen one of the memes where like people from Fiat automobile company, they texted Fiat, why these crypto people hate us so much? So in this case, crypto memes are the best, your jokes are the best. Once again, give it up to Timur Kudrato. By the way, we also, CoinSpate Group wants to also say thank you to Luxury World Key Group, Luxury World Key Group. Say thank you because the services that you provided, the VIP guests, they're really enjoying. Thank you so much.
Good.
Thank you. We're moving forward, and we're, by the way, as I mentioned about CoinSpate, right now, let's talk about CoinSpate once more. And for this, please welcome on the stage Dmitry Ivanov, Head of Marketing at CoinSpate. Dmitry, with a strong background in strategy consulting, partner relationship manager, and finance. He has worked with dozens of corporate clients in fields ranging from financial exchanges to consumer products. In the past 2 years, Dmitry has been mostly involved with crypto projects, consulting them on scaling and business optimization. Right now, he's helping with CoinSpate, and right now, he also will help you to learn one of additional words which probably, if you don't have on your crypto vocabulary, you definitely need to add it. It's Ideo. So, Ideo, how to launch and market it. Please give him a big hand.
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, I am excited to stay here on the stage, second time, finally. And today, I'm not going to talk about CoinSpate. I will talk about probably one of the trending topic of this year. It's Ideo, or initial DeFi offering. It's a fundraising tool, as most of you can think, but nevertheless, it's not just about fundraising. It's about brand awareness, it's about business development, about looking for new strategic partners, and to become famous in crypto space and to get customers for a project, first of all. So let's take a look on this tool, like marketing tool for business development and for your end customers. Before I start, let's take a look at this stage of evolution, how this fundraising tool developed, First of all, probably most of you remember about ICO era. It was initial coin offering. The boom of this stage happened in 2017, 2018. Those times, I would say any project could have just a white paper written on hands and gathered a lot of funds. Some of them managed to fundraise like dozens of millions, I would say, but nevertheless, this tool was not responsible, I would say, and a lot of fraud and scam happened. Once in 2019 appeared initial exchange offering. It's the case when exchanges on board startups with fundraising goal, provide them with a marketing tool, provide them with a community, and verify this project if they're able or if they're legal to launch business, to create tokens, but the cons of this tool, it's pretty expensive. It costs like at least $1 million to conduct initial exchange offer in a tier 1, tier 2 exchange. And finally, in 2020, 2021, Ideo happened. Its initial DeFi offering. It's much easier and faster to run Ideo than ICO or initial exchange offering, for example. It's pretty cheaper because all you need, you have to achieve agreement with a launchpad, special platform for Ideo, and you have to do some marketing job. You don't need to pay for high fees for listing on centralized exchanges because all the token will be listed on decentralized one. So let's talk about reasons to hold Ideo. First of all, as I mentioned before in my intro speech, here we are talking about community growth. It's the key point for any startup, for any business, if they wish to bloom, if they wish to grow and earn money. Right now, it's not a problem to find the funds for the businesses, for the startups. It's a problem to attract the attention of end customers and end users, and the businesses who achieve it, who earn end customers, attract the attention of funds of other B2B companies, and they rule the game. The second reason is brand awareness. By means of Ideo and by means of Launchpad, already owned with loyal and big community, you make the crypto audience heard about you and to push your project ahead. Of course, I have to mention money, but when we are talking about Ideo, the fundraising is about 5K on public sale. It's not about millions, and the project usually sells like 20% of the whole circulation of the tokens. And in this case, the 80% left in the project should be marketed and developed with stages. So you have to push your price ahead, you have to develop product, you have to earn users' credibility, loyalty, and so on. In this case, you will win. And of course, it's a path towards the long-term plans for business development. Conducting an Ideo, you're attracting new strategic partners who will assist you to move your project ahead, who will connect you with centralized exchanges, with other DeFi projects from crypto space, who will help you and advise you about attracting new customers in your business. Finally, let's talk about what to do for a successful Ideo. And the first step It's a technical side and project backend. When we are talking about the technical side, all you need to know is just how to run and how to find the right technical firm or technical advisor who will be able to run smart contract of your token. And of course, you have to do a security audit of this code and to make sure that there is no any vulnerability. If you're talking about project backend, so you need 3 things to be done. The first one is white paper. White paper is a detailed description of the project, what they do, market analysis, problems the product solve, benefits, competitors comparison analysis, and utility description of the token they launch. If you're talking about pitch deck, the main answer, it's a document for private investors. And the main answer it should reply to is why you achieve the attention of such investors. What the perspective is of your project, how many end customers you will be able to attract, and how much of them will be converted into money, if say simple words. And finally, tokenomics. Tokenomics, it's like the whole ecosystem works. So how token operate inside the system, what users get from holding or buying this token, which benefits both businesses and users will get from this token inside the ecosystem, and which plans do you have for the further development and implementation of this token into your system. Step 2, we are talking about choosing a launchpad. According to my opinion, it's better to try get some agreements with top 5, top 7 launchpad, and some of them I can mention like DAO Maker, Polkastar, I can mention Paid from Ignition. It's my top 3 launchpad you should consider. Why top launchpad? Because in this case you will be able to achieve the maximum brand awarenesses about your project. You will be able to achieve easily your fundraising goal. You will be able to achieve easily attracting new customers into your project, into your token, and you will back ahead your token development, because you have to create a format around your project, and you should understand that if you're talking about Ideo, only hundreds of public investors will be able to jump in it, but Launchpad creates a buzz around your project which estimated thousands of impressions and interest. And those who not managed to jump into your token on a public stage will try to buy it after the listing, after TGE, like token generation event, and it will push your project awareness, your project visibility ahead. Here you can see best practice. Of course, all the best practices rely on detailed market analysis. It's relied on comparison different launchpad, previous videos, and the best practice they used in attracting their investments. So next step, we'll talk about creating and growing community. As was mentioned before on the third slide, a growing community is the main goal of the whole IDEO process. First of all, to start the IDEO, you have to create a landing page where you will collect all the users who wish to participate in your public sale, who will back your demand, next steps after the IDEO, who will buy your tokens. So, and here, like 9 marketing steps that really works in the real world, in blockchain space. First of all, it's regular social person, so you should be mentioned, you should be visible on social media, and for Ideo, the most working ways, there are two social media. Telegram channels, and it should be Twitter. If you're talking about Ideo, Twitter works better than Telegram. According to our experience, proof fact. Gamification. Gamification is a part of user-generated content. It's a part of user-generated engagement. So how it works, it might be different giveaways, it might be community polls, and the most cheapest way to promote your token, to promote your Ideo, first of all, is to create a content competition. It might consist of some simple task like sharing posts, create some kind of meme, create a small video, and share in your society, among your community. In this case, for example, for around $10K, you will be able to receive millions of brand awareness. Target ads, of course, is part of marketing campaign. You should consider a target ad social media like Facebook, like LinkedIn. You should consider programmatic ad, some of crypto platforms like Bean Crypto Ads, Crypto.com, and so on. Banner ad, which included in this target ad, works like brand awarenesses. It's not about conversion, it's like brand awareness is about your project, about your goals, about your Ideo. I would say it's like one of the first touch points in marketing, just to make the audience, your target audience, aware about your project and about your plans. When we're talking about media publications, here we should consider two groups of media. The first group is Tier 1 media. Tier 1 media, it might be Cointelegraph, it might be Forbes, CoinDesk. You should have to try to achieve agreements about placement in this media. And the second group, I would say it's a media who target specifically in your region. If you're talking about Ideo in general, so there are two the best working region in the world. The first one is Turkish and the second one is Spanish region. These regions work the bestest way for conversion and for attracting the audience who will invest in your project. Local Telegram chats in different languages, so it's a part of ambassador program, I would say. You should create a landing page with simple mechanics, how to attract moderators from different regions to jump and to be interested in your project, who will push your project ahead in Telegram chat, who will communicate, who will build different competition and user engagement content, but on behalf on non-official representative. So, and finally, you should place your project on famous aggregators where your target audience concentrated in. For them, you can see it's ICO Rank, ICO Drops, and CoinMarketCap, and I would say CryptoRank as well. Finally, of course, email campaigns. Email campaigns, it's all about keeping already converted user from your waitlist, take his mind about your project. It should be an email funnel with different updates about each stage of your Ideo, about each stage of your product development, that will keep attention of these users who already jump into waiting list and who already want to become your public buyer of your token. So here you can see benchmarks. It's like final numbers proved by practice from starting our campaign. If you're talking about Ideo, public participant of the Ideo of the patch, it will cost you about $10 from target ad on Facebook. If you're talking about programmatic ad, it will cost you $35, and if you're talking about Google, it's 34. LinkedIn, it's the most expensive way. In general, when you're calculating all the cost and attracted leads into your whitelist who are willing to invest in your Ideo, the average price of a lead will be about $25. When the investment, I would say higher than $200, because there are two types of launchpad. One of them, limited user with a stated amount of fiat money that they will be able to buy token. For example, if you're talking about DAO maker, if the public goal of the project is below 200K, so they allow $500 investment for each public user who willing to participate in this Ideo. If you are talking about VC part, for example, they don't have any limits, so they just announce the public goal amount, and everyone who wishes to participate in this project can jump in it. And in this case, the average check is about $30. Nevertheless, the participants is like some K participants. For DAO maker, it's obviously like hundreds. And finally, let's talk about influencer marketing. It's, I would say, the most important part of your marketing campaign, and which channels works better. Of course, it's influencers on YouTube and Twitter. As for us, the best conversion rate was shown on Twitter, of course. When you're working with your influencers, you should be do free monitoring of these key opinion leaders. So you should to verify their likes and comments and to make sure that it's not done with bots. So you have tested, and always tracking conversion rate. And finally, we can summarize my presentation. So pros of our Ideo, in general, in Ideo process, it's like about a large organically grown new community. It's about money. It's pretty cheaper than doing IO. The average budget for Ideo with preparation stage till the end of Ideo will cost you about $200–300K. When we are talking about IO, for example, it's millions of dollars. Of course, it's about brand awareness. It's all about new contacts. It's all about new users for your businesses, and it's all about money. You will be able to collect money for developing your products, but nevertheless you have to follow your roadmap to keep the token price attractive and liquid. Only in this case you will be able to get all the planned funds back which are required for your business development. And of course it's all about potential strategic partners like top influencers who will support you. It's about centralized exchanges who will list your token even for free if they're interested in it. And it's about advisors who will introduce you to financial institution who will be able to support you in building your ecosystem. If you're talking about cons, so first of all, it's budget. It's not big in comparison with ICO or IO, but nevertheless, you should understand that the average price up to $3K to conduct the whole process. Time, of course, and team. If you're talking about team, the average number of team members who should work on your Ideo should be around 50 persons of different marketing directions with big experience in investment relations, with big experience in marketing and biz dev, of course. Launchpad, when we are talking about Launchpad, here you should pay attention about the reputation, if what audience talk about them, and to monitor if this Launchpad is not going to be exploited. And finally, from the legal and regulatory perspective, you have to be aware and you have to conduct analysis how you have to market your Ideo, which words you can mention, how you have to do positioning of your project to avoid any issue from the side of regulatory. So that's it from my side. Any questions, suggestions? If you are looking for some insights,
yeah, if they're,
contact.
yeah, definitely. Where is that? Dmitry will actually share with you. Okay, just in case, if you have any questions to Dmitry, you can have it now or you can have it after. Do you have any questions? Please raise your hand. If not, maybe they would want to discuss with you something more privately. Thank you so much. Give once again a big hand to Dmitry Ivanov, Head of Marketing at CoinSpate. Thank you. And I believe and I hope that you already added one additional, as I mentioned this earlier, additional term to your crypto glossary. And right now you will know how to actually navigate more terms. I believe that our next speaker will definitely share with you a lot of new crypto terms which you will enjoy listening to. I honestly learned quite a lot from his as well presentations. We met in 2017 and he has become one of my greatest friends in crypto space. I'm really excited to have on the stage Ton Weiss, Bitcoin and blockchain analyst, content creator, and derivatives trader. He's been working on Wall Street for 10 years prior to discovering Bitcoin. Since then, he has been educating people on his YouTube channel about the importance of this unique financial technology. He's having awesome financial summits, educating people about crypto. And today, he also will tell us about the introduction on crypto decentralization. Please give a big hand to Ton Weiss.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. All right, thank you so much. This was a last-minute switch for me to do a presentation. I'm always ready as I am traveling and trying to educate people all around the world. So thank you everyone for sticking around. My name is Ton Weiss. I have a YouTube channel in the crypto space. Prior to that, I did work on Wall Street, and my channel focuses on trading, investing, but also educating about Bitcoin, decentralization, what is this technology all about. So this presentation will focus on decentralization. I've heard the panel before me and some of the other projects. Everything is about DeFi, everything is about building the next decentralized platform. But what does that mean? We have so many words in this space, and if you ask 5 different people, what the definition of that word is, you're going to get 5 different answers. These are words like blockchain, words like DeFi, words like decentralized platforms, DEX. So let's break this down to the lowest level. By the way, that's me. You can just find me on YouTube. These are the events that I produce all around the world. Understanding Bitcoin took place here a couple of weeks ago, where we taught people how to set up wallets, how to protect their Bitcoin, the stuff that Pedro was talking about when he was moderating his panel. So what is decentralization? And it means different things to different people. I will talk about what decentralization means to me, and I've broken it down as a triangle. To me, decentralization is 3 parts. And as I go through this presentation, you want to think about the projects that you are involved in, the projects you may or may not be interested in investing in, projects that your friends are telling you about, the new up-and-coming stuff. Think about it. Are those projects actually decentralized, or are people just telling you that they are decentralized? And this, hopefully, will be a pretty good guide. So my decentralization triangle is set up as 3 parts: the coding, the mining, and node operators. And I'm going to talk about all 3 of them. Let's start with the coding. So now that we're in the digital age, we're in the 21st century, it's all about the technology. It's all about the code. It's all about the developers. So in Bitcoin, it started with one developer, Satoshi Nakamoto, then there were two, then there were three, and now there are over 100. Now, does the quantity of developers matter? Well, it matters a little when it comes to decentralization, right? Everyone thinks their project has the greatest developer that has ever existed, right? But if it's just one person, how decentralized is that project, no matter how good that developer is? You know, he only has one set of eyes. And if there is a bug in that code, and even the best developers make mistakes, who is going to find that bug? Also, if it's just one developer, how do you make sure that he hasn't been corrupted? How do you make sure that he wasn't forced to put something in that code, or maybe he decides to put something in that code as a future backdoor in case for leverage in the future, or he just wants to, do something bad in the future. So one developer is not enough to make your project decentralized, no matter how good he is. On the flip side, having 1,000 developers constantly changing your code is also dangerous, right? Yes, it can be pretty decentralized, but how stable would it be? So everyone always says that Ethereum has way more developers than Bitcoin. Yeah, probably, but that's also probably why Ethereum is pivoting in all kinds of directions. And it's hard to figure out what's actually going on. So what you need is a combination of a large quantity of developers, while at the same time, high quality of developers. And remember, what is the point of decentralization? The point of decentralization is to be censorship-resistant technology. If your technology is fully compliant, where is the need for censorship resistance? So another aspect to having a decentralized project is the need for that decentralization in case there are attackers of that project, of that code. So the creators of that code have to have a certain mindset that we need to build our project so that any attack on that project, whether it's by hackers or whether it's by state actors that don't agree with your politics, cannot attack your project. So in Bitcoin, and I wish there was more research done on this, every single line of code is open source. Another aspect of code is open source versus closed source. Open source simply means anyone can see the code, but not everyone may be able to contribute to the code. In Bitcoin, anyone can contribute to the code. You can contribute to the code anonymously. A small group of people have the ability to actually put that code in production, but anyone can contribute. And you can see there have been some research done on which people have contributed to the Bitcoin code over time and what those contributions were. Lines of code by this person removed, lines of code by this person added. And the amount of code review that goes on in Bitcoin is immense. Like 5% of the time is spent on coding and 95% of the time is spent checking the code. And it's still not perfect, and some theoretical bugs can still be found, as we saw a couple of years ago. This is an old graphic. This is now 5 years old, and it's all I had to work with until a more recent article analyzing the contributions of every developer and how much of their code is in Bitcoin's production. And I wish someone would actually do one of these things on like an annual basis, just so we have an idea, because this could be a baseline for other projects. How is your decentralized project compares to Bitcoin? Okay, how many developers does your project have? So when someone talks about, hey, we're building this decentralized project, one of the first things you want to look into, well, who's coding it? How many people are coding it? How is that code decentralized? In Bitcoin, these guys argue with each other all the time. A lot of them don't like each other. but they still find a way to get it done because the end product of decentralization is more important. Okay? So here's an example. In 2017, there was a big controversy in Bitcoin whether the code should be over the scaling of Bitcoin transactions. And these were the developers, went too far there. These were the developers that were coding Bitcoin Unlimited, which then became Bitcoin Cash, and this stayed as Bitcoin Core. Now, again, quantity matters and quality matters, but the combination of quantity and quality is the sweet spot. And not all of these are developers. The Bitcoin error log is actually a believer in this, not even a coder, but he was searching that code to find a spelling mistake and then demanded he'd be added as one of the developers too, as a developer of Bitcoin Unlimited, which became Bitcoin Cash, just to get his name in there as a bit of a troll. So you really want to know, and like a lot of these people broke off this project. So as far as Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin Unlimited is concerned, who knows how many developers they have? Maybe 3, maybe 4. They'll say they have hundreds, but how many of them are competent, right? And this was mostly the list of the competent people doing it. So finally, the reason why Bitcoin has to stay decentralized is because this is the base layer. It's the ultimate base layer where everything is going to be built on top of. And if you need a decentralized, if what you're building is decentralized, or what you're going to invest in is decentralized, is your base layer decentralized? Perhaps it's possible to build some kind of a decentralized DAX, which I still borderline tend to question. What is your underlying technology? Where is that building built on top of? Is it its own blockchain, or are you building it on top of a blockchain? If you're building it on top of a blockchain, how decentralized is the blockchain you're building on top of? You know, you can build the greatest building in the world, but if you build it on sand, it's not going to work out very well. Even though the building is structurally sound, the foundation is not. So Bitcoin is very slowly building that decentralized layer with everything being built on top of. And in the case of tokens and other projects, we're going to branch off into the sidechain realm where we have one of them is Liquid, another one is RGB. This is also an old chart of how Bitcoin is going to be this underlying layer for many, many projects. So Liquid allows this layer that is anchored into Bitcoin that does not create its own token with speculative value, but it creates that database for you to build on top of it something that has a token, for example. But the ultimate anchor is the decentralized code of Bitcoin that so far has been proven to be unstoppable. So every project can claim to be decentralized until it proves itself that it's not. Bitcoin has had the longest history of that, and it is actually being coded for that purpose. Because if Bitcoin's decentralization fails, I believe every blockchain and crypto decentralization will be assumed to also fail. So there's a lot to lose on that one. All right, so that's the code. That is 1/3 of max decentralization is how your project is coded. Now, what about the mining? Now, contrary to a lot of the narratives these days, mining is dangerous, it's bad for the environment, all that stuff. It's a silly argument considering clothing dryers use more energy and electricity than Bitcoin mining around the world, right? And no one has to dry their clothes. You can just hang it up in the sun. So the argument that Bitcoin wastes electricity is a terrible argument because we need to spend energy. If we never utilized energy, none of us would be in this room today. None of us would be able to watch this presentation today, though there are more important things that electricity has given us. Mining was the key element that created Bitcoin, that started all of this. Satoshi never said the word blockchain. In fact, he referred to it as a time chain in his initial communications. But then in the code, he had a little comment, and he referred to it as blockchain because Bitcoin transactions are compiled into blocks, and those blocks have to be connected to each other. And the block average time is 10 minutes. So this is why he was referring to it as a time chain. It was a connected chain of timed blocks. But then at one point, he changed the wording to blockchain. So mining made all this possible because mining is that key element of decentralization. 1/3 of max decentralization involves mining. You have to burn energy. You can't get something for nothing. We're watching it in the world of fiat with governments around the world printing money. They're creating value out of nothing. And creating value out of nothing eventually simply leads to Ponzi schemes. Can't create value out of nothing. Bitcoin has never created value out of nothing. Since day one, you had to spend money on electricity to create Bitcoin. Okay? And it was a risk everyone takes. At the moment, mining Bitcoin is very profitable, but guess what? There is an equipment shortage. It's not easy making those chips. There's huge demand for those miners, right? It's never easy. And it's become a very specialized field. So within each of these triangles, so you have the decentralization triangle, but within each one of them, you also want max decentralization. So that even if 1/3 of the triangle has been corrupted by a centralized actor, it's not enough to corrupt the system because the other 2/3 of the system are still keeping you decentralized. But in a perfect world, inside each third of a triangle is still maximum decentralization. And mining has always been accused of being centralized. Now, just because mining is centralized doesn't mean that the entire triangle is centralized. But we want to make it better. So most mining today is done in pools, where people sign up with a pool, and the pool operator decides which transactions are going into a block. Now, back in 2014, one of the pools reached a 51% level. And that seems to scare everyone that once a miner has 51% of the network, they can somehow destroy the network. Now, theoretically, that may be possible, but in reality, it's actually not that easy. It's not that simple. Just because you have a 51% advantage, all that means you have a slight advantage to finding the next block. And the worst thing you can do is double spend the transaction, which will only really affect the exchange. If you're a regular user, you're probably fine even then. And there is absolutely no advantage for a mining pool to do that, because then all of the people connected to your pool will leave and spread out. That mining pool, by the way, that reached a 51% hash rate for just a few hours. Within 6 months, it went from 51% of the hash network to under 5%. And within a year, it did not even exist. That's what happens to your mining pool. Even if by accident, with no intention of doing any harm, you end up with a 51% control of the network. So at the moment, the mining pool itself chooses which transactions to put in the block. But in the future, in the near future, because the software is already there, every single miner inside the pool will get to choose their own transactions and blocks. And while some pools have started adopting this software, some of the other ones are a little reluctant because everyone wants to retain control. That's how we live. That's how humans have lived for thousands of years. And giving up control for more decentralization, for everyone to be better off, is still a hard concept. And this is Bitcoin's biggest challenge. Satoshi designed Bitcoin as this unstoppable data transfer and digital scarcity. Digital scarcity is important. You can't have infinite number of digital scarcities. So And a lot of governments are still hesitant to give up control, but they have. Any country that does not use their own currency but is using the US dollar as their country's currency has already given up control of their currency and given that control to someone they feel does a better job of managing the currency. Many Latin American countries or currencies pegged to the US dollar have given up control of their own monetary system. Bitcoin takes this to the next level, and we're already watching El Salvador adopt that. So giving up control for the greater good could be a good thing, and I believe that the mining structure will do the same as Bitcoin gets more and more adopted, because that makes everybody better off into the future and less people are scared. So for the tokens, for the projects that have mining, it's a critical aspect of decentralization, and here are all of the, not all, but some of the other mineable tokens that have mining, and you can see how Bitcoin is by far the most decentralized within the mining space. Something like Dogecoin has failed in their mining structure, and they had to merge mine with Litecoin in order to maintain that system. Other projects like Ethereum hate mining so much and are looking for more control, not less, that they are eliminating mining. They will come up with all kinds of stories why going to a proof of stake system is more decentralized, but I completely disagree. Giving up 1/3 of max decentralization can't possibly make your project more decentralized. It is simply making it more centralized, and when one person can decide what happens to your mining structure, what does that say about the code of the project? So I highlighted a couple of things. Miners have strongly opposed this change, as it will significantly decrease the revenue. Well, yes, mining is very, very important, okay? And right here, like clockwork, the Ethereum community has quickly organized potential solutions to this possible 51% attack, with Vitalik leading the charge. And in an informal document titled Quick Merge via Fork Choice Changes, Vitalik describes how Ethereum, I think I have it here, how Ethereum can quick merge by rapidly moving from proof of work to proof of stake. If you can so quickly pivot your project, what does that say about the decentralization of that project, and what does that say about projects being built on top of a project that can pivot that quickly and remove 1/3 of max decentralization? All right, and finally, and it's hard to say which one is more important, right? Because without the code, nothing would happen. Without the miners, there's no security. But nodes are special, and the reason why nodes are special is because very few people in the world can code a decentralized project. You have to be specialized to do mining. It's very difficult. But anybody can run a node. Anybody. It is almost free to run a node. And a node gives you several things. For starters, it allows you to validate your transactions of that token. I dictate the rules. Okay? Imagine having your wallet validate the bills. When you get cash from someone, someone gives you, like $100 bill. How do you know that it's real? You trust that that bill is real. A node will validate that that bill is real. And in Bitcoin, in digital data, it's really, really important to validate it on the spot. That's what a node does. The node also keeps a history of every transaction Bitcoin ever had. Decentralization is grossly expensive. People think that there's unlimited data storage in the world, but there isn't. And a blockchain doesn't really replace your unlimited data storage. So you want the nodes of your system to be as easy to run as possible, because it gives every user control of decentralization. So in 2017, when there was a big push by the industry, most of the big companies in Bitcoin most of the miners in Bitcoin wanted a certain change to the code. The developers thought this change to the code was a bad idea. But there are always other developers. But it was the nodes that stopped the change. Because node users like myself said, we will not accept your mined Bitcoin if you make that coding change. We are the ultimate guardians of what we believe that token is. And a lot of projects in crypto do not let you run your own node. Because again, centralization, they want to control what code gets adopted. But in Bitcoin, the nodes are ultimately in control. And this was the node, I probably update this is probably about 9 months old. While China had the majority of the mining, it did not come close to having the majority of the nodes. And I actually liked that. People were saying mining is centralized in China, mining is centralized in China. Well, the nodes are centralized in Europe and the US. So if miners want to do something malicious with that Bitcoin, these people are not going to accept the Bitcoin that they mined if they change the rules. And this is why the nodes are so critical. Would love to see more nodes in Africa and Latin America, and with El Salvador over here somewhere. Now in the game, there's probably going to be a giant circle right there as more and more people start to run nodes in El Salvador. Okay, and there are probably tens, if not hundreds of thousands of nodes. And if, say, electricity ever goes down for an extended amount of time around the world, when it comes back, the nodes will sync and validate the history of transactions. So if you keep the total size of the node small, people can maintain every single Bitcoin transaction that has ever taken place. Right now, every single Bitcoin transaction that has ever taken place takes up about 400 gigabytes of space. Every single laptop in this room has 400 gigabytes of space. The Ethereum blockchain, which started 5 years after Bitcoin, is now over 7 terabytes in size. How many of you here have a laptop with 7 terabytes of space? One. Really? That thing, yeah, exactly. And it's growing exponentially fast. Okay? Decentralization is not cheap. It's very technologically expensive. Okay? I need to wrap it up here. Nothing really compares to the number of nodes. And this was one of the challenges. How do you keep the nodes sufficiently small? All right. Oh, I thought I had one more slide, but I guess I actually removed it from this presentation. This is a shorter version. Finally, I just want to make a comment about token concentration. Okay? A lot of people still... notice how that's not here. Because the amount of tokens someone has is almost irrelevant. Yes, they can move the price. They can play God on the exchange and dump the price and raise the price until a bigger whale comes along. But the important thing is, the guy with the most number of tokens cannot change the rules of the project. But when you have a proof of stake system, the more stake you have, the more control you have. Now, a lot of the proof of stake systems try to get around this problem by saying we have delegated proof of stake, so 21 people decide, but they can always get on a phone call. So you also, the most important part is where in Bitcoin, it doesn't matter who has the tokens, because you couldn't get those tokens for nothing. You had to do something to earn those tokens. And the early people that got into those tokens, Bitcoin specifically, did not know they were going to be this valuable. There are thousands of Bitcoins sitting in landfills because people threw away their laptops. You ever heard about that in Ethereum? You ever heard about that in Litecoin? No, because every token since Bitcoin has always been expected to potentially rise in value. So no one would throw them away without realizing it. So the token concentration in Bitcoin, while it's not ideal, you will never have full equality. And forcing equality tends to lead to worse things than letting it happen on their own. But as long as those token holders don't control the protocol itself is very, very critical. And while people demonize the token concentration in Bitcoin, and it is there, not to the degree they demonize it, because a lot of Bitcoin banks are holding Bitcoin on behalf of many people. But still, there are some very rich Bitcoiners that have a lot of Bitcoin that they've earned or bought or mined early on. That concentration is nowhere near as bad as in virtually every other token in the space. So while for Bitcoin, large token holders do not have control of the protocol, in most other projects they do. So another thing to keep an eye on when you are looking at a lot of these token investments is who has the tokens? Where are they? How much were given away? How much and how much does the founding team remain? Very, very important question you wanna ask before considering any kind of speculation or investing. All right. So that was it. I don't know if I have time for questions or not, but this is an introduction as to how to think about decentralization from the base level. All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
And give a big hand to Ton Weiss once again. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ton. And by the way, as you mentioned earlier, really the term blockchain was not used until 2015. It was used, if I'm not mistaken, but as two separate words in 2008 in cryptography mailing lists. And for the first time ever, the term as blockchain together appeared in 2015 for the first time in the journal Bloomberg Markets and later on in The Economist. So as you can see, the word that we're using, Bitcoin, has appeared much earlier. It was definitely not used in Satoshi's white paper. So I believe a lot of insightful information you got from Ton. For sure, yeah? Am I correct? Thank you. Right now, we will take a short break so everyone could enjoy their coffee break, have networking sessions, maybe with someone. I really want to say thank you for being here at CoinSpate event. We will be back. Please be here at 16:50 or 10 minutes prior to 5 p.m. because we will going to continue and we're going to know more about what is going on in terms of the digital payments, what is the past, present, and the future, and what is exactly CoinSpate Media. Everything is ahead, so please join us really soon. Thank you. Me. I would like to invite everyone to join again our stage ballroom because we are about to continue ours today. Had enough of networking. I really hope that you enjoyed today already, and I'm definitely sure that you'll keep enjoying. But still, let's listen to more insights. Let's get some more insights from today's hour's presentation. We will wait for just additionally 2 minutes. Meanwhile, everyone, our team will actually invite all of our guests to our stage ballroom, and then we'll proceed. Okay? Because we about to proceed with our today's session. We still have a lot of interesting panels to listen to, a lot of interesting keynotes as well to listen to, and definitely to watch interesting presentations. So once again, we're inviting everyone to join our today's event because we're about to proceed. Okay, so once again, thank you so much for joining today's our CoinSpate event, CDP event, Crypto.People.DeFi, organized today and presented by CoinSpate. CoinSpate payment processing gateway and business crypto wallet. CoinSpate crypto payment processor helps any type of online business accept crypto payments and receive an equal amount of in the national currency of their choice instantly, or hold it and pay with crypto to their partners and affiliates. I believe that today it's really convenient when you have actually the choice. You have a choice either to use fiat currency or to use crypto, which you like. But I believe that the majority of people who is here, all of them, they're actually looking into crypto. And they definitely want to enter the new crypto reality. Am I right? Yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. And today, let's talk about digital payments with mostly focus on crypto. The future of digital payments, how adoption is accelerating. To find out about this, I'll gladly invite to the stage Kumar Gaurao, founder and CEO at Kasha. Kumar is a CEO of Kasha, a UK-based neobank providing businesses with access to crucial banking infrastructure. Kasha is a community of more than 250 crypto businesses, including the industry leaders such as Binance, Chainlink, CoinCD, KuCoin, and its Polygon, etc. In 2017, he was also nominated among the world's top 50 innovators from the future industries in the UK. Give him a big hand. Kumar Gaurao. Also welcome on the stage Kevin Hugh-Donnery, advisor, SEO, fundraiser to different ICOs, EOs, and STOs. Kevin Hugh-Donnery has over 20 years of experience in the financial sector, starting with JP Morgan before working as a trader in London for various banks. More recently, he has been working with blockchain and crypto startups. His mission is to use the latest technologies to help create a better and more sustainable future by embracing blockchain. Give him a big hand. Also, right now, we're really happy to see on the stage Max Krupashev, CEO of CoinSpate. In this Bitcoin space since 2013, co-founder of Satoshi Square and the Bitcoin Foundation in Ukraine, opinion leader in the crypto industry by the end of 2020, according to ibtimes.com. He holds regular webinars and inspires others with his passion and expertise in crypto and decentralized finance. Give you a big hand once again. And also, last but not least, Alex Meyer, serial entrepreneur, YouTuber, trader, and influencer. Co-founded multiple cryptos and trading startups. He proposed from only $5,100 to $2 million within 10 months after hitting rock bottom. Today, he educates people on his YouTube channel and other social media platforms about crypto trading and the financial system. Give him a big hand once again. So guys, thank you so much for joining this panel. One of the things that I would like to start our discussion today is based on the recent data which I got from McKinsey report. And it actually said that if we analyze it, then, for example, in Europe from 2014 to 2018, the percentage of digital payments grew by from 4 to 5%, while in Middle East area, till 9%. What can you say from your perspective, whether you're like coming from the other region or staying here, how do you see really the acceleration of adoption of digital payments here in the area and also compare it to other areas where you're coming from?
So I can maybe start because I come from Europe. So hence I was there from, I was still living there in 2013 to 2018. So and I basically saw this. And in Europe, at least where I come from, in Germany and Paris, so in France and other European countries that I was living in Europe, most of the people, they like hard cash. So people were really reluctant to adopt to the digital payment system because they were used from their parents and their grandparents to settle everything in cash. So, but that obviously has now changed with the landscape that has obviously also changed, and they are slowly adopting to it. So, and because there's still a lot of cash going around in Europe, they are way slower than in other countries. Now, for example, in Asia, everything is mostly going digitally and already also via mobile. So, and other countries are basically catching up to it. But yeah, Europe is actually the last one.
Yeah, but in this case, I may say that probably Europe is still, in this case, it's also different. Like, for example, if I'm not mistaken, the most Western Europe is, they're really reluctant to use the digital payments. Not so many, even sometimes, solutions for this, like not at some merchandise points, whatever, merchant points. But at the same time, like, for example, Estonia, they're really taking into account as well this, how they're looking into crypto, how they were also progressing with adopting the like needed regulations. In this case, Estonia is different. Am I correct? Can you comment on this from maybe somebody who's been dealing with Estonia or hasn't?
So I lived now a couple of years in Ukraine, so which is pretty
Ukraine.
close. Yes.
Oh, nice. Where have you lived?
Kiev.
Really? Oh, okay. So what can you tell about Kiev, like comparing to Germany?
So it's really different in terms of payments. So there is still, I would say, high payments. People still like to use cash, but also the digital payment part is definitely progressing there. So so when I compare it to Germany, I could not, for example, use easily Apple Pay as an example in Germany, while I was already able to do that in Ukraine. And also something that we don't have in Europe is that we can send easily money from just card to card. So and this system exists also in Russia. So and in Ukraine, I don't know if there's any other country out there that is actually doing this. I know that now other banks, they are offering something similar to it, where you just have the username that you have on your banking app, and then you can use that to send to friends and stuff. But in Ukraine, Russia, you just need the card number from someone, and you can then easily transfer money from one card to another.
Understood. Max, have you, or Kevin?
Yep, I'll go ahead. First of all, thanks to CoinSpate for the event. It's good to be physically in an event. The last 2 years have been weird with COVID.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, probably the issue is people in Europe, people don't really need our US because they have a stable euro and they have a stable dollar. Whereas if you go to Venezuela or Latin America, certain African countries, they actually need crypto. They use it daily and they have no choice because you know they can see their currency is going to drop 50% in a matter of weeks. So for that issue, Europeans probably there's less need, let's say.
It's less what?
Less need to use crypto and to, you know. So we need like a seamless system where it's all done in the back end and the user doesn't have to know how it's done. You know, people here, one of the speakers talked about education, which is very important. You know, educate people what how crypto works. But most end users don't need to know. You know, when you use your debit card, you don't need to know how it works. You just want to pay somebody peer-to-peer, and that's the point we need to get to with crypto. You know.
That's true. The only thing that at the same time, it's also like seems like the same but still different to educate people, like to use and do the digital payments using their banking cards or using their crypto wallets. So it's also important.
Yeah, even I saw even Apple Pay and Samsung Pay, it's only about 4% of transactions are actually used on the telephone. And that technology exists, but people don't use it. They still either use cash or they use their debit card. So there's a long way to go to get people to really get used to. You know, I was in taxis here in Dubai. It's my first time in Dubai. And you can pay with debit card in the taxi. Whereas most countries you can't do that. It's still cash.
By the way, I should say, like living here, like for the last over 6 months, I'm really enjoying this option as well.
Yeah, no, it's more Dubai seems more kind of proactive.
Yes.
If I may quick add something when it comes to Africa, so I have a lot of clients in Africa, and Africa is developing so fast now with the digital payments in the crypto space, because for them it was not such a big step to get to crypto, because they had already a system in place that was basically working like a blockchain, and that was a mobile payment system. So that they were using via the phone, where you can wire money via SMS and text message to people. So and when you explain them, crypto is basically more or less the same thing, where you can send money peer to peer. For them, it was not such a huge step to get converted over to crypto.
Thank you, Alex. Who'd like to add? Max.
Yeah, I would just say I want to agree with the guys. I also live between Germany and Ukraine. So yeah, in Germany, it's even the adoption of the internet in Germany was quicker than in Ukraine. So the internet technologies right now in Berlin, for example, they are still old, when in Ukraine they are better. But also what we see, for example, in Ukraine, in most of the post-Soviet Union world, the adoption of the cashless society works much quicker than, for example, in Germany. But if you speak about like UK or the Netherlands, when you give them cash, they also like, what is happening? Like, why are you giving us the paper money? right? So it's kind of like you cannot say about Europe in general. Germany might be different from the rest of Europe. I'm not sure about all the European Union countries, but it looks like that the cashless society is kind of like evolving. I kind of like expect there might be a drawback, right? Because when all the youth, right, I believe that most of the people below 25, they probably don't use cash at all. They never get it in the first place. But I just believe that it might be because what we see now in the financial space, that regulations are increasing, right? And there are more of the cases when accounts are blocked, frozen, and something, and you have to do some actions. And these people who don't use cash at all, right, mostly younger generation, as I feel, they might start feeling that maybe the money on the card is not really their money. And here, if we think about cryptocurrency in solving this sort of an issue, I think this is where crypto might be in the picture as well, as maybe just a solution which is like a backup. So I have the card, I do the payments with the card, but I also have the card which is fueled by crypto, right? Or I in general have a wallet nearby with some crypto. If something goes wrong and I'm somewhere in the middle of nowhere, I still have a way to do to get around. So I cannot comment really on the difference on adoption in Europe and the Arab world, but I believe this is just increasing everywhere, right? And maybe if the difference is twice, you said, right, the difference. I think if the horizon, on the horizon of 5 years, different and twice, it's probably not so big because we are in rapidly evolving development, right, of the change of the paradigm and so on. So during the 5 years, it can be changes in the times of percentages, right? It might jump from 4 to 40 easily. Yeah. So it's still many years.
From your perspective, would you be using CBDCs? And if, for example, is planning maybe CoinSpate, like in the future, to also launch among the payment options, like transferring options, in terms of CBDCs as well?
I mean, I believe in CBDC, right? So I feel that right now, I mean, we most know about what is decentralization, why it is good, and so on. And speaking about CBDCs, yeah, you see, finally the person with the bell is ringing because when discussion started, kind of like no one were informed. So it's good if we leave some important discussions closer till the end.
Yeah, some of them there will be. Also, believe me, that's for sure.
Yeah, so speaking about centralization and decentralization, here we understand that all our cards, I mean, I assume that majority of them are Visa or a Master, right? So we heavily depend on the schemes, and of course, all the merchants have to pay them this fee. And you saw these developments in some of the countries. I saw this in Russia, there is one in Germany, I saw there was an experiment in the Belarus, don't know how it in the world. They creating the cards which are internal in the country. For example, in majority of the governmental offices in Berlin, you cannot pay with the Visa or Master. You can pay with cash or with EC card.
Why?
EC card is kind of like a local card where you can process transactions without sharing the proceeds with the Visa Master. And because it is like 1%, maybe is a 0.8, they still understand that it's a big chunk of the payment. So I think CBDC is one of the ways to get rid of centralized tools like Visa, MasterCard, but still when the central bank can kind of control the emission, right? Of course, wallets will be slightly different. So I think CBDC applications, they will look like Apple Pay and Google Pay, but without the middleman. So they are removing at least 2 middlemen, the issuer of the card and the scheme, right? So you have the wallet, you have the money there, you submitted your ID to the central bank. So central bank can control all your fund movements. It is easier for taxation, and it is easier for the people that you can pay with the card, with the phone, actually, with the phone anywhere you can. So for the general crowd, this is quite a good development. For the government, it is a good development. They will kind of like feel easier to control what they are willing to control with all the weird regulations, weird questions from the banks and so on. So I believe it might make the world much easier. And also when people are already starting using this CBDC, I feel that they are becoming closer to crypto in some way. I don't think that all CBDCs will be on the public blockchains and so on, so I think this is more romantic way of looking at things. I think CBDC and blockchain are not the same, and I don't think they will be the same. But anyways, it moves people a bit closer to really having something that they own, and if they own the CBDC with the private key, it makes them step closer to cryptocurrency.
By the way, before I will jump to Kumar, I probably we would want to as well, Da Vinci, to jump into this panel as well, yeah? But it will be the other story. Kumar, from your perspective, you actually, you can analyze judging on Monaco and Dubai right now, on Monte Carlo and Monaco and Dubai. From your perspective, how is it different? And do you see like the big difference, with a big gap?
See, when we talk about the payment, especially digital payment, and speaking about digital payment in a crypto conference, we need to differentiate that all digital payments are not crypto. So now in the world we have three kinds of payment. One is digital payment, and then you have a crypto payment.
And there will be CBDCs in the future.
I'll not talk about future, I will stay in present.
Yeah.
So when we talk about crypto payment, if we analyze, crypto payments are more P2P payment methods. And it's more near to, if we have to generalize them as the type of payment, crypto payments and cash payments are more or less kind of same, because you control the value transfer in the process. And between different countries, different region, it's changing very drastically how different people around the world are changing. For example, if you take example in China, everything is digital payment. You don't have cash and you don't have cryptos, at least in the open public. And government controls everything. And I think the same what's happening also in India. If you see the data, why I'm taking India and China, because I think these are the countries who are leapfrogging in certain innovation. For example, India never saw telephone. They directly jumped from an old communication system to mobile phone, because there was a leapfrog in the system. And I think that's something which is happening now. For example, China never saw a plastic card. If you see the rest of the world, we cannot live without plastic card. Every one of us have at least 2-3 bank cards. In a crypto space, we are trying to come up with this cool Visa card and MasterCard, and it's kind of buzzword which startups use. But if you see, China never used those card systems. They directly jumped to mobile payment. You walk around the China, you have a QR codes, and you just make all the payments with the QR. Those are digital payments.
Yeah, China from this case is really progressive, starting with WeChat and etc.
They never saw plastic card. If you go to a 12-year kid in China, they don't know what is MasterCard, Visa. In fact, they also launched their own system, UnionPay, which was a way to monetize their own economy. And it's not about removing middlemen. It's when the countries does this. For example, in case of EC or Mastro or UnionPay, or in India, RuPay, what they are trying to do is that they're trying to keep the value which is going out to the American company to their own economy. Every time MasterCard or Master or Visa charges a percentage, it could be 10, 20, whatever bips, it actually goes to American organization. So if you see, the game of the payment is not anymore a regional payment which is between the companies. It's the nation states games which is coming up. So Japan launched their own card. I don't remember. Do you remember the program, what it was called? I don't remember exactly the name, but they launched their own card program. And the only reason was because Japan had to send a lot of people out of their country as a tourist to keep the balance in the population, and to make sure that the expenses are happening through their own system, they released their own card programs. I think it was JCB, right? I don't know. Do you guys know about JCB? So JCB was a card program started by Japan, so that the tourists or the people living in Japan, when they are going out, they just spend this. And if you see, JCB start getting acceptance more and before UnionPay came into the picture. So different countries started releasing their card program, but they all are digital payment. I think what we are trying to achieve here is that how the adoption of the crypto or the real digitization, where we control our value, is happening, and leapfrogging from cash-based society, where we controlled our wealth, we controlled our value transfer, and get that control back, which is today divided among people like us. Because we are also a banking platform and we control transactions. So it's not, but it's about disrupting, and I think that's what's happening. Dubai, not about Dubai, but I think ADGM is making a lot of progress when it comes to crypto. We are talking to them very frequently, and it seems they are very much progressive, and they want to bring the digitization. And the reason why, because also slowly some of the progressive government have started understanding that controlling this will not work.
Yeah, actually today we been talking about like 3 major here financial regulators which are helping with the massive crypto adoption. So ADGM is actually one of them, but not only.
Yeah, obviously there are more. Maybe because we are talking to them, we understand them more. But if you see an example, something, because we are talking about digitization, but let's see what's happening in other part. In India, in last 5 years, cash circulation in the economy have grown more than 4%.
Cash?
Cash. Now, why cash? Because I think somehow people started realizing that actually the money which you were pointing out, right, the money which you control in the financial institution is actually not controlled by you. European countries have even more examples, because when you are putting money in the bank, actually you are losing money. We charge by ourselves 0.5% interest every year in minus. So what's the incentive for people to actually keep money in the system when inflation is a point that you are started losing money when you keep in a centralized system? I think it makes more sense to go and put it into some of the real digital economy or kind of crypto. And I think that's what's happening in different regions.
By the way, I definitely believe from your words that there are only pros to digital payments and cryptos in particular, and crypto digital payments in particular, but are there any cons? What do you think?
Cons about digital payment or crypto payment?
Yes, let's talk both. So generally digital, and in particular crypto digital payments. What are the cons of it?
So cons of a digital payment is that your banker actually knows everything about you. I know, so that's your privacy is completely gone.
Yeah, everybody, let's two cons maybe, if you have any.
Yeah, in crypto, for example, there is also then on a public ledger, and if you know the person behind the address, then you can also exactly see how much the person owns at that specific wallet. So it's really transparent.
Yeah, it's like one of my acquaintances already quite often, he says in crypto, whenever you're a launderer, a criminal, do not use crypto. Do not use Bitcoin specifically, for sure. This is one thing. Of course, right now everything in this case, it's obvious. Specifically with some of the tools about which we also are going to talk about this. With specific protocols, it's really easy sometimes to track at which crypto wallet, which is a custodial one, you have or have been registered, or at which crypto exchange you have been registered. This is one thing. Okay, so as you said, additional cons, who would like to add? Max, Kevin?
Security, maybe people are afraid the money might be hacked on an exchange. Or,
in this case, you mean particularly crypto digital payments. Yes. Digital crypto, okay. What else? Okay, let's make it more general. If we're talking more generally about digital payments, what are the cons of those? Or no cons, yes? Only pros?
No, I mean, digital payments are great. So I want to add, the kind of that you give all this information to the bank, and then they might be doing something with this information, but it is more I'm not sure if it is such a problem that the people see. Speaking about the crypto, I mean, right now the obvious disadvantage of crypto is the adoption, right? It is still not there. So it's too early to compare the card with crypto. When we speak about the card fueled by crypto, I mean, guys, it's still card, right? So it's still digital payments, it's not really crypto. So in few years, and it's already happening, right? When you can go and pay with crypto in the shop, that is where I would say disadvantage is that some cryptocurrencies fluctuate in price, so you mostly would stick to the stable cryptocurrencies. And there are different risks, right, connected with the stability of the stable coins themselves. So here, right now, crypto still has many disadvantages for offline world. For online world, I think it has much less than for the offline.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Did you want to add something? Okay, so as you mentioned earlier, really we're stuck, we see the acceleration of this adoption, but it's still not there. So what do you think, what are the main challenges right now at the current period of time, and what technologies or laws or what exactly is needed to overcome those challenges and move closer to the so dreamed crypto mass adoption for everyone?
I mean, this is, I believe the flow for adoption is the same that we saw in online. Of course, online is also still not a lot of adoption, but I think the flow will be the same. Community, like crypto user amount grows. Somebody thinks that it is a great marketing move to open a restaurant or a shop in their city which accepts cryptocurrency. Then they start getting traction from the community who uses cryptocurrency to this shop. Then their competitors start to say, okay, there is a community around this merchant. I want to accept cryptocurrency as well to get the advantage of using that user group. Then people who just go to that shop, they see that cryptocurrency is accepted there. They start thinking, what is cryptocurrency? They speak with the merchant, what are the advantages of me sending you payments in cryptocurrency? There might be some discounts and so on. So the merchants started to do it, then it automatically grows the community, it adds more merchants to accept it, then big shopping malls start accepting cryptocurrency, then all the small ones understand that there is a trend right now. This is how it works. But what we definitely need that in this region, if we speak about offline, right, it's always under the country, that the regulation in this country should allow them to legally accept it, understand how to show it to accountant, and how to do the taxation of the volumes which are coming through cryptocurrency. And we all understand that this is not done in a few weeks. This is the process of years. But let's go in there.
Yeah, but by the way, as we mentioned today, China, as you mentioned, really, it's really important that it would be legalized. But as China was like a big market, but right now it's not even in a great area right now. Crypto right now is totally banned, any crypto trading. So definitely you cannot even like do this even if you planned to do this before, because obviously China is doing this for enrolling and the CBDCs, but this is a separate story. Kumar, from your perspective, what are right now, taking into account also your experience, your work, what are the main challenges and how these hurdles can be like eliminated?
I think because we are talking about crypto, which is very close to every nation state, because it touches the monetary policy of each country. So it's not about China CBDC adoption or whatever, it's just about their general policy about surveillance and control of the wealth. That's why they stopped cash and now they stopped crypto. CBDC or like, these are maybe the fancy words they can keep throwing out that we were progressing or else, but it goes on the general policy, how the country is progressing. I will not doubt if there are a few more countries who will take the same steps. For example, India have a very strict monetary policy when it comes to about moving money out. So I think regulation have to play a vital role into this adoption. The adoption can happen in two ways. One, either regulation accepts and build those frameworks, AML frameworks or different kind of frameworks about moving money, and as a mass, as a general consumer, which is 99.9% of this world does not understand money and start using crypto, or it will start with the 0.1% people who are actually started using crypto for payments, for their day-to-day expenses or anyway, and that adoption and education over the time can grow. And so it have to from either side. And I think right now all the push which is happening is from those 0.1% people on which this fancy conference and everything, all our companies are built. It never started from the regulation side that any of the central bank came to us or say, no, we want to support this, let's do this and see what's happening. I think it's always the innovation precedes every regulation. And I think this happened when the Industrial Revolution was there, this happened when internet came, this happened when even the motor vehicle came, there was no regulation and it was just a killing machine on the road, which finally was adjusted and adopted by the regulation.
Thank you. Kevin?
Yeah, just as Kumar said, I think it has to be user-driven. So people will demand to be able to use crypto as payments. Like, for example, a lot of banks were anti-crypto investing. They close your accounts down. In Monaco, for example, a lot of banks would say, no, the clients started to demand, their wealth management, they want a percentage in crypto. So the banks had to kind of change the tune and start to develop investments that the clients can invest in. So that was user-driven, rather than the banks deciding, okay, we're going to offer this. So yeah, I think the same way with payments, the users on the ground level will demand it, and then regulation will just follow suit.
Alex.
Yeah, I also believe it has to be user-driven, but today we know that the crypto space in total, in terms of the global population, makes just a really, really small percentage out. And in my opinion, there has to be obviously regulation, but also much more awareness about the possibility that we have with crypto. So, and yeah, there has also to happen a lot more education about crypto, because from my time in Paris, where I was running a cash exchange, people were buying crypto, in specific Bitcoin, when it went all the way up to $20,000, and they were just buying it because they saw it was going up, but they had no understanding whatsoever what they were actually buying. So, and I think that is something that has to happen first before we can actually reach mass adoption, because everybody understand how banks are working, how a car is working, and stuff like that. So, and yeah, that is, this, in my opinion, through education, we can achieve mass adoption.
Of course, and that's also a valid point, but actually, let's imagine the regulations are in place. But still, like a lot of people, let's say like this, frankly, they say, if it was like more user-friendly, this application, I would definitely use it. But as far as people really are like feeling, for example, insecure, because they're really scared sometimes, like to lose even like one letter from the address, like while sending or receiving money. So you're representing also financial services, crypto providers. What are you doing, for example, in this case, to make your applications more user-friendly and for people to feel safer so they would not make mistakes while doing the crypto payments? Who would like?
We don't do anything for that because we are B2B. So being to B, we really don't want to deal with B2C side. And we are just a general banker for crypto industry. So we are not, I think the people who are coming to our businesses, like who are already established, they are coming to us. They don't demand anything else more than that we can keep their money and move that when they need it. So be it Binance or Nexo or any of our customers, all they need is a banking infrastructure which works when they needed it.
So in your case, you don't face these challenges. Max?
Yeah, just I had a few thoughts while I was listening to the guys. Basically, why people start using crypto. I will now switch into education. So basically, I believe majority of the people who started using crypto probably because of the FOMO. So you see that something is growing in price and you have the fear that you are losing on the opportunity. I think minority of the people, they really understand how money works. They really understand the problems with centralization, and they just want to be using decentralized tools. But both of these flows, I believe, are helping each other. When people start buying crypto, then they start understanding what is this, and maybe they fall in love with the technology, right? I started understanding crypto when the guys approached me and say, Max, do you want to buy some mining equipment? I was like, what is this? And that's how it started, right? So it started with a business opportunity, right? Yeah, and speaking about education, basically we don't have to make everyone use crypto. But our businesses grow, right? And we want them to grow quicker. So all we need to do is help them understand if they might have a question, right? And building interfaces, of course, this is a common sense, right? We, of course, try to make it look more like the tools that they use. But if you think about this, crypto works in different ways. So maybe the tools should be different. But this is the way of the shift, right? So we have to make crypto apps look like the banking apps that people already used to. And maybe then we make them look like more crypto apps. And then maybe banks will be trying to look like crypto apps. So it's just the shift cannot be too disruptive. You see this with technologies, right? How the computers evolved, how it evolved in the phones, and the iPads, and so on. If you, like, it had to be like slower evolution.
Yeah, we're like
there is a perfect example for this. I just reminded something when you were speaking about this. I think this happened, when the internet came. I remember I was a kid, and we were trying to use the internet on the PSTN lines, these telephone lines in India.
Uh-huh.
So we had this telephone wire lines every house. So you had the wire going into the phone, and then there was a modem connected with it, I think 16-bit or something. And then it was connecting into the computer, and then we were struggling to connect, and there was this weird noise comes every time it connects, like, and then it was like, okay, this is working. And that's how the internet started. If you see that fundamentally, that was totally does not make sense. Something which was built to move big files, someone which can actually disrupt the communication industry, why you are building on top of an old wire traditional system. But that's how it started. That's how I started using internet before it evolved. And now that wire system is completely gone, and the entire PSTN infrastructure is gone. You had a fiber cables running internet on which you have the VoIP system, which now runs all the voice and communication system. So I think that's what will happen also for the payment industry. Right now, yes, we have to drive the crypto adoption on top of Visa, MasterCard, and let people spend their crypto through these fancy cards. But I think slowly the disruption will happen, and you will have a blockchain infrastructure, a crypto infrastructure, on which maybe the new MasterCard and Visa cards of the world, what will be their name, I don't know, but will be built.
Thank you. Would you like to add something, Alex, Kevin? No, thank you. Thank you so much. I definitely believe this is, we would love to proceed, but we're running out of time. Please give a big hand to Kevin Hudonnery, Max Kurbashev, Alex Meyer, and Kumar Gaurao. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Right now, I would kindly ask the management team of the hotel help me with the chairs, because we're about to start with the very interesting keynote presentation. And I definitely believe, as I mentioned today, for you it will be really exciting, and at the same time a lot of new insights you'll get. So please, once again, let's take a picture. So during that time, I won't be speaking while taking pictures. But meanwhile, once again, thank you so much for joining us. We're moving forward to one of, as I said, for me, really interesting presentation to listen to. And for this, I'm really happy to welcome on the stage Marina Kaustova, CEO at Crystal Blockchain, Bitfury Group, the current CEO of Crystal Blockchain, prior SMO, and co-founder of Element Capital Group. At Element Group, she developed the go-to-market strategy for US blockchain companies, assisting in fundraising processes. Kaustova also founded several advertising startups, including Cellpult, and today she will tell us about digital asset risk management, navigating AML compliance requirements while building a safer blockchain future. Give her a big hand, please.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for having me here today. I'm very excited to be on this event, and I wish many more events to come for CoinSpate. Hope that works now. So, yeah, a couple of words about myself. So basically, well, it's usual in crypto when you tell, how many years are you in and so on. Well, technically, yeah, I'm in the blockchain space since 2015, and there were a lot of ventures which I founded and participated in, but always there was a problem to me, like since the very early days, that I had many conversations with people who didn't trust cryptocurrency, and basically, you probably met all these people saying, oh, your Bitcoin was invented for, drug dealers or something. It got me so furious these days, and it still gets me furious now, but I know now what to do with that and how to fight that. Because we are building the tool and providing the tool that helps companies to actually sustain and to resist the efforts of the money launderers. So this tool is called Crystal Blockchain, and I'll speak a couple of words about that, and then I'll speak a little bit about the state of money laundering in cryptocurrencies now. So we are in this market actively for 3 years, and having thousands of customers, specifically we're focused on investigating activity that is happening in the territories where there's not a lot of regulation, and therefore a lot of bad actors are trying to launder funds and move their funds into these territories. And we work both with the financial institutions who use us for compliance and government authorities who utilize this tool to investigate certain cases. But why this exists, why these services do exist now, and why I truly believe they are, in the core of everything that's happening now in the blockchain. Basically, what drives our industry? First of all, of course, that's adoption. And yeah, I'm not going to sell, that to you now. I don't need to, probably. But yeah, a lot of people around the world, they own cryptocurrency. And these numbers are specifically astonishing when we speak about the youth, about the younger audience. And I'm personally a very large proponent of the trust funds established in cryptocurrency for the kids. So yeah, we see this adoption growing further, but it's going hand in hand with the regulation. And you've heard about this already today, and I prefer legal team, of course, speaking about the regulation. But generally what regulators are trying to do is to normalize somehow the way companies and financial institutions observe Bitcoin, for example, to normalize it to some other currencies, say, I don't know, yuan or rupee or something like that. But that dynamics is generally impossible if you don't understand actually what happens on the blockchain. And for that, you need to make what was designed transparency, you need to make it comprehensible. And that's basically what blockchain analysis tools are doing. They are like fueling these dynamics, giving this, fuel and information and providing this additional data on actually what is going on, like how the funds are moving from one entity to another. So what everyone is looking for, like sometimes I'm being asked, like, what is it that the companies, the financial institutions should be looking out? So of course there are multiple activities, and media, of course, they usually do have their chance, on, I speak specifically about not crypto media, they have their chance on like speaking about that loud about finding out that some terrorist financing is happening through cryptocurrency, or some fraud scams, Ponzi schemes, that are joined with the crypto trends, or some security breaches in the cryptocurrency exchanges, which are happening quite frequently, especially the latest times. Also, we hear a lot about darknet crime that utilizes cryptocurrencies for to conceal their activities. We hear about ransomware cases more and more, and this becomes kind of fashionable again, thanks to certain like amplification of the image of the hackers, getting away with a lot of funds, millions of dollars. And also, like, yeah, you probably have heard about various tools specifically designed for the to conceal the activity and to protect the privacy, and somehow these tools are also helping for the money laundering. I'm speaking about mixers and exchanges with a low KYC. So put disjoint efforts from regulated bodies on top of that, and you'll receive the full scale, the full picture of a lot of things you need to be aware about, and you need to be worried about if you are accepting cryptocurrencies and running transactions. So how actually the blockchain analysis works? Like, what is at the core of that? And it is important to speak about that, because one of the most frequent questions that I being asked is like, oh, you spy on people, you probably know what every person does with their crypto. No, we don't. And none of the blockchain analysis companies do that, because what we're interested in is the public entities interacting with each other. Technically, private data is a matter of law enforcement, and that's their data. And of course, exchanges also operate on private data, but they keep it protected. So how does the blockchain analysis work? I'd say there are two most important components to that. First one is the data attribution. So which address belongs to which kind of activity. And here there is a part of the manual attribution done for that. There are a lot of research laboratories that work on that, and sometimes exchanges themselves, they are actually providing this data, explaining that, okay, this huge volume of, say, millions of wallets actually belongs to Binance, for example. That is something that is possible to do even without, the blockchain analysis tools. But then you put an algorithms on top of that. And algorithms allow us to understand exactly how the risk assessment propagates across the blockchain, because the funds are continuing their move. The person put some money into, say, Binance, then he withdrawn these funds, then these funds were put into some, say, mixer, something like that. So the funds are moving and they're changing their nature and the risk associated with these funds. And the final decision on whether this fund should be accepted or not, of course, has to be made by the company who utilizes blockchain analytics tools. So with the certain settings upon that, we are just providing a tool that gives you thought for this particular decision. But never, ever, blockchain analytics tools, they do not judge what's happening. They're just naming things as they are, and that is very important to understand. And what is possible to actually understand with these tools? I'll tell you about the very latest investigation case, and maybe some of you have heard about this already. I'll start with the general introduction to that. The ransomware operators, as I said, they're becoming very popular these days. And in general, there is a huge lack in the world of the cryptocurrency or security specialists who could actually sustain these attacks. But the large groups like Reveal, Reich, and Conti, they have been operating very actively this year. And specifically these operators that I'm talking about on this case, they have gone away with more than $80 million only during the last 4 months. And basically, there were around 300 victims of their activity very recently. And it is possible, because we understand and see what exact addresses do they use, it was possible to understand that there was a connection between these particular wallets and one of the exchanges who has quite low risk, actually, associated with that. So that means that this exchange has certain ML KYC policies, so it might actually have more information about who those ransomware operators are. And this particular case actually allowed us and those who were investigating this particular case to actually understand, these ties and actually direct those investigators to the right next step. But the very funny thing about this particular case is that it was done completely with the tool that was not, it was completely free. That was something that we did some time ago, actually to break, again, this assumption from people that, blockchain analysis tools are not for everyone, and you need to be a large company, and so on and so on. It's not basically true. If you want just to see how that works, it's totally free. We opened this a couple of weeks ago. You may just use the QR code and put some Bitcoin address and see actually how you can actually untangle it, how the transaction may be, analyzed, and what other entities it could be connected to. So, and I specifically showcased the previous case because a lot of the investigation related to that, which brought a lot of fruitful results, was done through this just simple free tool that just allowed to build this visualization and understand how funds are moving. What I'm saying is that now I see this development of this industry where these kind of tools, the blockchain analysis tools, they're becoming much more affordable for regular users, what we call retail users, who actually have a right to understand who they are interacting with and actually make this decision, maybe have a double thought before you're sending out funds to someone else, and you realize that, oh, this is a scammer address, and someone actually thought this is potentially a scam. And I see that if we look at the crypto money laundering trends, the trends are changing, and the nature of what's happening is changing. And there was an interesting thought that I caught from the previous panel that money launderers should not use Bitcoin at all now because it's so traceable. That is generally true, and a lot of this activity is happening in Ethereum and other coins. But in general, what is important is that, of course, money launderers are looking for liquidity. And it's their final goal is to move cryptocurrency into some cash, and they're always trying to do that. So whatever coins they might be using for chain hopping and all, by the end of the day they will be ending up with the cash balances. So we see substantial growth recently with the decentralized economy and correlated crime trends. Largely, again, because the regulators are catching up and not super efficient in that at this particular point. So this is something that we're going to observe more and more. I'd say the number of the security breaches towards DeFi projects and rug pulls and scams into DeFi projects this year was more than related to any other centralized cryptocurrency activity. We see also that the cross-border nature of cryptocurrency actually also helps money launderers to go away, simply because it becomes very complicated for people who could help you with the investigation to law enforcement to collaborate, and that becomes a very major trend also. So it involves multiple countries. Multi-chain activity and cross-transactions. Recently, I don't know, 3 years ago, it was usually, comprehensive that you cannot untangle the cross-chain activity. When the customer changes cryptocurrency, you cannot attribute it to the same entity, to the same manager of the keys. It's not true now, so it's actually also developing quite significantly, but still it requires different analysis, of course, requires much more effort, much less automation. Of course, yeah, we see also huge correlation between the growth of the exchange rates and the money laundering activity. Also because a lot of money launderers, they are just taking the funds, putting it somewhere, keeping the account dormant until the price becomes starts changing, and that's when they want to basically cash out. So there is a lot of interesting correlation. And also, what else is important, is that the more DeFi development we see, of course, now, until the moment when it gets clearer regulation, the more complicated it is becoming for the regular investors to assess the level of the security adopted into this institution. And of course, this leads to also a major number of the incidents related to the lost funds. So I would like to finish my presentation today with a set of recommendations for everyone in this room, because I assume 90% of us own certain bitcoins. We may hold it, on our wallets. We may hold it at the custodian wallets. We may invest them in future. But as a company, as a leader of the company who sees dozens of reports from people suffering from attacks, from security breaches, from scams and everything else, it is very important for me, it becomes important every day, that we all follow very, very simple rules here. So first of all, we see that the most weak point in all your infrastructure and cryptocurrency is the sharing of the information between your devices. So whenever you have shared cloud storage where you made a screenshot of your mnemonic phrase or something like that, and it got synced with your cloud, this is where you basically usually end up targeted at. Second important step is that people get hesitated. They don't know what to do if they finally one day realize that some funds of theirs get stolen. And it's very it's surprising to me, because what's happening, if you got robbed of a real cash sum, of course you go to the local authorities. Somehow it's different when you speak about cryptocurrency, and I understand where it might come from. However, I do insist that if anything like that happens, the first people you talk to are your local authorities, simply because without having proper law enforcement suit open, case open, you won't be able to interact with the exchanges. And that is the third step. Because after the hack, after the security breach has happened, your goal is to notify as many cryptocurrency world participants about that. And that is why blockchain analysis companies exist and, say, Crystal exists. Whenever we know about this case, we make sure everyone knows that these funds are the bad funds, like you should freeze this account. And they do that immediately, but then that's a question again of the legal procedures and which unlock the possibility for the funds repatriation. Yeah, and last, like if the moment was lost and the funds got away, and sometimes again I make that very important and emphasizing that seconds are important, like not minutes, even seconds are really, really important here. If that already happened, if the funds started moving away, just know that one of the usual tactics that's being used by money launderers is just to keep funds somewhere and just wait. They have so many patients, you don't know, like years. That doesn't mean you do not need to do anything specifically, because the prices are growing. So dormant addresses are something that usually, takes everyone's attention, and they deem to be, important because they may contain stolen assets. Yeah, so those 4 important steps, speed of activity, of action is really important. So I wish that all of you stay safe and your assets stay safe. And I wish that you won't need this recommendation from myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give a big hand to Marina Kaustova. Thank you so much. And by the way, just really quick question from me. For example, there are already the assets like on Ethereum and Bitcoin, they're really traceable. But if we're talking about the other cryptocurrencies, like we're getting there and they will be also traceable as well. But how data already have you gathered on other cryptocurrencies as well?
How much can you?
So for example, it's really easy on many protocols. You can definitely find a lot of data on Bitcoin, Ether. Right now they are gathering. What about other, like Litecoin, etc., Cardano? Do you have already considerable amount of data on those transactions as well?
So yeah, for the old blockchains, of course, that is something that we've been always looking at. If there are new arriving, it's the matter of how many players do we have there. If they're based on some existing protocols, that makes things even easier. Recently, I also see a substantial uptick in the requests from the companies who are developing their own coins to ourselves and to companies like ourselves. They ask us to add this currency into our list of supported blockchains because that makes this currency compliant for the trading. I'll get a drive around here. You remember what was happening with the Doge and Elon Musk?
Yes, of course.
There was a moment, when he started tweeting and the Doge price went skyrocketing. We got enormous amount of requests from traders around the world who came to us and said, please guys, please add Doge as fast as possible because we have a mandate. Mandate says you can trade compliant assets and Doge was not a compliant asset and if we could add it, it would become one. So yeah, that's we understand what drives this market and trying to follow that and following your request, of course.
Thank you so much. Once again, give it a big hand to Marina Kaustova. Thank you. And right now we're moving forward to one of the probably the most expected presentations today. Because I mentioned today several times that the new kid on the block is who? Do you remember? I said CoinSpate Media. And to present CoinSpate Media today at CDP event, I'm really gladly will invite on this stage George Paliani, founder and CEO of Paliani Business Consulting, CEO and founder of CoinSpate Media. Please give him a big hand. CoinSpate Media presentation.
thank you very much, dear guests, dear partners, dear friends, clients, investors, everyone, influencers. Thank you very much. Thank you that you are here. We're really glad to see you, to host you here. And of course, I hope that you are enjoying this event, because this is the first event of CoinSpate, which are we doing. And we are starting to do it, and hopefully we will be doing it further. So thank you again for coming. And maybe just let's get started with the right point. I say coins, you say paid. Coins? I can't hear you. Guys, come on. I know you're a little bit like, oh, so many presentations, yeah, so many panels, blah, 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 but come on. Coins? 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 Perfect, perfect. A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. You're a great team. So, can you hear me here? No. Okay. No problem. I'll continue from here. I have a clicker. Perfect. So, I'll be very short, because I know that you're already tired. I see it in your eyes. So basically, let's move on. My name is George Poliani. I'm founder of Poliani Business Consulting, and currently I'm the founder leader of a very, very interesting project which goes by the name CoinSpate Media. Basically, let's start with the beginning. What is media? Do you know what is media? Maybe any thoughts? Anyone? Media? What's media? You know what's media? Okay. Maria, maybe you know what's media? Of course you know. So basically, term media, you can see what does it mean. It's from Wikipedia. I really looked it up for like 5 minutes. But anyways, media, especially social platforms, has taken an important role in people's lives. For example, there are 160 million videos being watched on TikTok at the same time in the online minute. 700,000 hours are being streamed on YouTube per minute as well. It's also projected that an astonishing 1 billion users will be actively using Instagram in 2 years. That's a huge amount of people, with an equally huge potential for businesses to reach their audiences. Not to mention, people are all eager to read more content, but not just any content. It has to be high quality and authoritative. People are looking for news and information sources they can trust, and that's where we come in. So, CoinSpate Media aims to provide unbiased information, news and education around crypto and DeFi, to bring the best information to you, to people. But first, before the CoinSpate Media, I would like to say several words about our mother company, which is CoinSpate, because it was a very tremendous and a very hard year, and still is. Max will say that I'm talking really very well, true. But anyways, we've grown 7 times this year and continue to grow. From unprofitable company, in just several months, we became a profitable one with over 2 billion euros of crypto processed only this year. We also handle an estimated over 7% of all on-chain Bitcoin transactions. Our crew of hardworking specialists and our client-focused CoinSpate ecosystem made it possible for us to receive notable awards, such as Best Payment Solution Provider by ABC, the first nomination as winning the Best Video at Asia Blockchain Summit a year ago, and Rising Star and Innovation Awards by IGB. We were shortlisted, so, well, let's get fingers crossed. Right now, CoinSpate already serves over 700 businesses in the iGaming and crypto world, and has recently expanded to e-commerce. As our B2B sector continues to boom, we're now actively serving B2C clients, providing equal opportunity to all to experience the joy of crypto. By the way, I think that you'll be a little bit entertained with the video with which we have already received our first nomination and first award. Guys, please.
calm, embrace the changes, and learn how to be ahead of the crisis during this video. The history of money, the exchange of one another, originated from the time where mankind was hiding in the caves. Over the last half a century, we progressed from coins and paper money to use of credit cards. Then we went further and started using mobile top-ups, Apple Watch payments, and Virgin Flying Club miles. Now the time has came for the next evolutionary way, a crypto payments way. Spending became profitable. Is it a paradox or the new reality? If you use cryptocurrencies, it will become your comfortable habit. CoinSpate knows how to help you. I know what happens next. Together, we help you become a market leader. It is easy with our solutions. We have already thought and tested it beforehand. CoinSpate will help your business deal with crisis and be the first to switch to convenient options for storage of funds, payment acceptance and sending, and much more.
So basically, that's where our idea, it was May of 2020, actually appeared. When we thought, well, this coronavirus, well, all these crises and all these things, maybe we should push harder and approach the crowd and the audiences from another way. Pushing not only corporate, multinational, multilingual channels, I mean social channels, of course, but also to approach our audience and, of course, decrypt the encrypted guys. So why not to do it in a very soft way, with the media thing, with the media project, with the idea of having our own corporate CoinSpate media startup. So the main idea of the CoinSpate media is, of course, to decrypt the encrypted. With all that said, CoinSpate media aims to demystify the world of crypto, DeFi, NFT, and more. By using our various media outlets, our desire is to further push the adoption of these exciting topics among the general population. We democratize the information so that everyone feels included, and only this way we're able to reach a wider audience. All the while, we also cater to our expert and tech-savvy followers who are looking for a deeper understanding of the market. Moreover, we are also offering our clients media, events, and some other PR services. It's not only here to spread the word about crypto, but also provide our clients both current and new the opportunity to broaden their reach and be visible for new audiences. Therefore, we offer our clients media opportunities, event management and PR services, and even more. All of the purpose of helping brands grow. And of course, the last thing, the main thing, which I want to also stress out, is to perfect, that already been perfect, but still the in-house work. Therefore, to sync teams which operate like clockwork already, at CoinSpate Media, we're highly specialized individuals with key talents and expertise related to media. So we will help our in-house guys to sync the operations even more, reach new heights, and ramp up what we've already doing. So thanks to our customized and client-oriented approach, we can help our brand to get the world recognition too. And most importantly, we help bring fun and joy to our brand media endeavors. So of course, the final goal for CoinSpate Media is just to all of us to have some fun. Thank you for your attention. So basically, we plan to launch by the end of this year. So at the beginning of next year, you'll find at our website a new platform with extraordinarily crypto news. You'll be able to read it in 3 languages, in Russian, English, and Spanish. The categories we will cover are news, our authors' columns, analytics, event calendar, and much more. I would here like to stress out the Academy, which will bring you tutorials, tips and tricks, crypto predictions and technical analysis, guides and quizzes. Everything you need to learn efficiently. So in the meantime, we're already active on social networks. So make sure you follow us on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. So basically, I'd like to continue with a little glimpse on Academy, because especially for our guests, you'll be the first to hear and to see what we will be actually pushing already by the end of this month. As Lucius Seneca said, vivere in aeternum et dicere quam vivere. To live is to learn how to live. So basically with this thought guiding, we were having an idea to create something free, first to watch our first course of Academy.
Hi, my name is George Poliani and I'm the CEO at CoinSpate Media. In this video, you'll get to know the program and schedule of the course. Then, I'll tell you what to pay attention to and how the course will be structured to make you as comfortable as possible. You are starting to study cryptocurrencies, and the goal of our course is to help you quickly join this wonderful new world and learn about all the possibilities of the market. The course consists of 4 parts. Each part includes video lessons on the topic and additional materials that will help you explore the topic in greater depth. You will find a list of basic cryptocurrency market terms below this video. Study the list of terms carefully. That will make it easier for you to understand the course lessons. You'll also be able to show off your knowledge when talking with friends. Another bonus. Now, what are the course parts about? Let me tell you. In the first part, Max Kupyshev, CEO of CoinSpate, will explain how blockchain technology works, its value, and its use. Then, in additional materials, you'll find professions that blockchain will replace. In the second block, you'll find answers to burning questions about cryptocurrencies. You'll discover what is cryptocurrency, what are the differences between cryptocurrencies. We'll get into this with the classic example of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Is it legal to use cryptocurrency? Who, how much, and how does one earn from crypto? In additional materials, you'll get an updated list of promising cryptocurrencies that are of investment interest. In the third block, you'll be introduced to NFT, DeFi, and CBDC. You'll find out what these are, what they were created for, and how they are used. We'll also tell you how you can use it in your daily life. In the fourth and final block, you'll get acquainted with the CoinSpate ecosystem. We'll talk about useful services and tricks that help with cryptocurrencies. Key clients will share their experiences, how they got into crypto, why they chose CoinSpate, and their achieved results. I hope their stories inspire you. You can study the materials in any order you like. I recommend going from part 1 to part 4 without jumping around. After going through the first lesson, you'll have an easier understanding of the second, and so on. Access to the course and extra materials is timeless. You can always choose to go back and refresh your knowledge. The CoinSpate Media team will be happy if you tell us how it went in our social networks or by email after the course. So subscribe, keep reading, keep writing. We've got a lot of great stuff about the digital economy, crypto, and the industry. Well, are you ready to learn new things? Then welcome to the crypto world.
So basically you were the first to, thank you. Thank you. It's really very big and hard work done here by our team. And speaking about our team, I just want to say that it's our first private event. We decided to do it here in Dubai. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Hope everything is nice and easy. And hope to see you on our after party here in Como Garden. And you know, I just want to ask you to give a very, very big round of applause for the team which has done, I don't know, a very big overwork, slept very, very few hours, and still is doing this work for you. Just a big round of applause for the team, please. I have the most wonderful and good-looking boys and ladies who are here, who are working 24/7, and I hope that you have already also known them. If no, I can also introduce you to them so that you could be our subscriber, our client of CoinSpate Media, and so on and so forth. So basically, we have just started. It's just the first time. So I'm sure we're beyond happy to have been able to put on this event for you. This is first event, as I said before. I hope you're enjoying it. Our team worked really hard. And today, all our distinguished guests and attendees have made this an event to remember. And we thank you for making the trip here and taking part in a meetup that will shape the future. Make sure you follow us so you don't miss any of our exciting pieces of news. And we're only a phone call, email, or direct message away. So last but not least, let's capture this moment together. The first time is free, as they say. I just want to do a stories with you and tag you so that you find yourself in our social media network channels. So I say coins, you say paid. Coins? 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 Thank you, thank you. A big round of applause for yourselves, guys. Really, thank you very much. Cheers. You'll be tagged in our Instagram, in our Facebook, and all the social media. So basically, thank you. And as I said, first time is free. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And please give a big hand as well to George Poliani, CEO of CoinSpate Media. Thank you so much. Thank you. By the way, today, George, just quick additional request maybe from me. In the Middle East, probably you would definitely need to have your CoinSpate Media as well in Arabic. So think about that.
Why not? Why not? We're open for
and
any
Chinese,
language.
moreover, spreading to Asia, definitely Mandarin for sure.
For sure. No worries. We can do any language. You just name it. We do it.
Definitely. So
Thank you.
please give a big hand to George Poliani once again. Thank you so much. By the way, today we're still going to talk about media and crypto and blockchain, but it will be after a while. Right now, I'm really happy to invite to the stage Da Vinci Jeremy, CEO of Da Vinci Codes, is senior crypto influencer Da Vinci 15, founders of Pandora's Wallet, also a part of the Crypto team, where he provides technical analysis of the crypto market. In 2019, he was awarded the best influencer of Davos World Economic Forum. And today, Da Vinci will tell you about the monetary revolution is coming fast, how will it affect people, and how can we react to it. So please, give him a big hand, Da Vinci!
Okay, let's see here. Can you everybody hear me? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so the monetary revolution is coming fast, right? And we're going to talk about how it will affect people and how we can all react to it. But we don't want you guys to react like, oh, what the fuck just happened? No, we want you to go, it's good, I'm good, I'm good. That's what I want to accomplish in today's event. Well, we have to talk about what is a revolution. Well, it's a forcible overthrow of government or social order in the favor of a new system. that doesn't look friendly. And it usually isn't very, very clean, and most times it's very bloody. But this revolution is going to be pretty clean. We're going to have a new monetary revolution. And why are we going to have a monetary revolution? It's because our financial system is unfair. And I learned this back in 2007 when Ron Paul said in a Republican debate that our monetary system is the worst. It transfers wealth from the poor and the middle class to the rich. And when I heard that, I was like, no, it doesn't. Why would the government do that? And I thought, no, they're all gonna tell this guy he's crazy, and then tell him he's nuts. But they didn't. They just said, yeah, you're right, and moved on. And I'm like, oh God, isn't that important to know that our money is unfair, that we're all getting robbed? Obviously it's important. So I decided to do research back then about how money works. And I was quite surprised. I was quite shocked. Our money is a fraud. It steals our wealth through inflation. And I couldn't believe that nobody knew this. I asked my brothers, my family members, my friends. Nobody knew. Everybody said, you must be crazy. You don't know what you're talking about, Da Vinci. Right? You're crazy. I tried to explain it to people and they just didn't get it. And that's when I started to do YouTube videos explaining how to protect yourself from our current financial system. And the reason why I did that is because nobody was listening around me, so I figured if one or two people in the world were to watch my show, right, I would at least save a few people from what I see is coming, of course. And what is that? Well, basically, any system of fraud basically comes to an end, period. It always comes to an end. And so this system of fraud will come to an end. But when it does, before Bitcoin, when I saw studied history, and I realized when a system like this comes to an end, we go into despotism, right? The top 1%, the elite, they control everything, they have all the wealth, and everybody is impoverished. And so I wasn't a very interesting person to talk to back then. I was very depressed. But then came Bitcoin. And when I found out about Bitcoin, I thought it was a scam at first. But as a software developer, I read the source code and I realized, yes, it's all going to change. The whole world's going to change because of this new invention. And I was very excited, very, very excited. So, how is this coming revolution going to affect people, right? A lot of people, right, just don't understand how our monetary system works, how it cheats them. They don't see it. They just feel that something's not right, and basically they will be impoverished. But because now we have a system that will bring in more people, because hey, you know what? When Bitcoin goes up, people go, hey, what's that over there? That's going up. I need to check that out. And so once they come for price go up. But then they stay because they learn about the monetary system. They learn how they're being scammed. They learn how they're being cheated by our banks. And they realize, hey, this is a new system I could use in order to protect myself. And so I'm really excited about that. So, how is the system of fraud, right? Most people are like, well, so what? They print money? I don't understand. How is this a fraud? Well, it's really simple, right? If you really think about it, right, there's several analogies that I use. I'm going to use the squirrel analogy. Everybody understands the concept of ownership, right? And even a squirrel does, right? It tries to store a bunch of nuts and fends off any squirrels from trying to take those nuts. But imagine there was a system that allowed another squirrel to suck the nutrients and the food substance from that nuts without the squirrel noticing, hey, he's still got 10 nuts there, but he would need more and more and more nuts to keep his nutrition value up over time. This is how our financial system works. You don't even realize that you're being robbed slowly as you have your savings there, but then your savings don't actually give you what you need, which is a better lifestyle. And this is a crime in itself. It's theft, basically. And most people can't see that. Most people can't see it because you just feel that something's wrong because you look at your numbers in their bank account and go, yeah, I still got, $10,000, $100,000, $1 million, still good, I'm good. But slowly, your wealth is being robbed. Right now, we're at the end of this system. Why is that? Well, because you can see with the fact that we have 0 interest rates, and then on top of that, we have negative interest rate debt. Negative interest rate debt. That's an interesting concept. And how much negative interest rate debt do we have out there? Oh, about 18 trillion. Negative interest rate debt, meaning that you don't actually get money for buying this debt or owning this debt. You actually pay to risk your money. And if you were to go back in time 30 years and tell somebody that eventually we'll have negative interest rates for not just 1 year, not just 2 years, but 10 years, they'd be like, okay, we're going to put this guy in a funny farm because that's impossible. That's impossible. How could you have a negative interest rate? People won't want to lend out their money. Well, the reason why we have negative interest rates is because it's not your money being lent. They just print it. They lent it through the printing press. So, for example, when you go to the bank and you go to borrow money from the bank, it's not taking money from your neighbor to give it to you. No. They're actually printing it right then and there. And so that causes prices and everything to go up because, hey, if you print money and then you buy something with it, right, well, then the value you could basically buy more than you usually would. And so you see that, right, with houses, with education. In fact, the Federal Reserve has a paper that's available on their website saying, hey, we noticed that education keeps going up, the university education keeps going up in prices. And it's done so because we provide free loans to anybody who wants to go to university. And so if we stop that, prices would come down. But we're not going to stop that. Why? Because they want to be able to print money, right? And so this is the system that we currently have, and it's going to collapse. Right now, the Federal Reserve is printing 25% more currency every single year, more than 25% more. So that means that your savings gets cut in half in 3 years. What's worse is if you have a job, right, and you don't get a raise, your income gets cut in half in 3 years. You don't even notice it. Now, of course, Bitcoin has come to the rescue, of course, and the government's not going to like that, and they're going to try to stop it. I'm sure you're thinking, well, they're going to stop this. There's no way government's going to have, because they want to be able to print money, right? Because then they could buy all kinds of votes. They can go to war without you actually taxing you. So they're not going to stop this gravy train of money printing. No way. Well, they already started trying to stop Bitcoin. They started a long time ago when they first called it Bitcoin, magic internet money, or blockchain, not Bitcoin, or it's too volatile. Don't get into that. No, it's too dangerous. Or my favorite is rat poison. I took out some Bitcoin. I tried to give it to a rat. It didn't actually kill it. It couldn't eat it actually. It's backed by thin air, some of the other things that they would say. Or Bitcoin is a commodity. For example, instead of calling it money, they named it a commodity, right? Why is that important? Well, because if it was money, there would be no capital gains tax. So, and they couldn't tax you if you tried to make they'll tax you if you make a barter transaction, because when you transfer Bitcoin to another person for another good, that's counted as a barter transaction, and that is taxable event. Also, because it's a commodity, at the Crimex, right? I call it the commodities exchange, a Crimex actually, because they've decided that, hey, you'll be able to trade futures contract. Now, futures is basically allowing you to write a contract saying, I'm going to pay you this commodity in the future, right? I don't have it now, but I'm going to give it to you in the future. And that's how, that allows other people to hedge their production of that commodity. Now, this Bitcoin is the only commodity on the Crimex where you cannot receive delivery of your commodity. There you go. What does that mean? Well, that means the Bitcoin price, the price is not affected when you buy a futures contract. There's another way that they actually prevent Bitcoin from growing too fast. Also, they've done now recently the ETF, right? The ETF. They keep hitting Bitcoin. But this is all they can do. This is all they can do. Just slow it down. But it's not going to stop. It's never going to stop. Because you cannot fight an idea whose time has come. And the time for Bitcoin is here. We have the 1% or the 0.1%, right, have had their days. And their days are numbered. You know, the next question you might have is, well, can't they just keep printing money forever? Do you really actually believe that? Who believes that they could print money forever? Raise your hand. Well, actually, there's no central bankers in here. Wow. They actually believe that. If you Google, right, that the Bank of Japan, like, believes that, you know what, we have to believe, like Peter Pan, that our policies are going to work. And if we stop believing, just like Peter Pan, if you stop believing you fly, you won't be able to fly. So we believe that our policies of printing money is going to work. And if we stop believing, it won't work. Go look that up. He actually said that. And so central bankers actually believe that this system of printing money forever is going to work. But we all know where this ends, in a disaster of hyperinflation. So, how do we react to this? Well, simple. Buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the ultimate money. You could say, well, what about gold? What about silver? But yeah, they're always producing more gold. There's always producing more silver. You'll always find more. But Bitcoin, it has a limited supply. In fact, it will reduce in supply all the way until we only have 21 million of them, and actually really less because a lot of it has been lost already. And so you have a rare asset that will always have value and always continue going up in value. And that's important. Why is that important? Well, today, when you work and do your job, right, whether we had a good monetary system or not, the work you do today is worth more today than in the future. Why is that? Well, because humans innovate. So we produce new things and better things every single day. Now, whether your job is directly affected, so for example, let's just say you're digging holes, ditches in the hole, and then a backhoe is invented and you're directly affected, right? You lose your job, right? But you can find another job somewhere else. But then you might find another job where there's a field where there's not many people, and then everybody goes into that field. And then the price of the value of your labor comes down because we continue to innovate. And so you want an asset when you get paid that will increase, they'll stay and maintain the value or increase. And what is that asset? Bitcoin. And we are educating the population today about that. And so when this monetary revolution comes, and it won't come when we have hyperinflation, of course, because they already have a system already set up in place that's going to be the same shit, different pile. Right? It's going to be the SDRs, But over time, Bitcoin will take over, and they can't stop it. They could only slow it down. And so that's why I'm so excited. So what happens on the other side of this monetary revolution, right? Because it's coming, right? It's coming, and you want to know what's going to happen. Is it going to be a complete disaster? You know, a lot of people would tell me, "Oh my God, you can't hope for hyperinflation. It's a disaster. So many people are going to be wiped out. It's going to be horrible." Yes, it can't be stopped. I get that, but it doesn't mean it's not the end of the world. Some people, I tell them, listen, the Burj Khalifa will still be standing. The buildings around us will still be standing. All the stuff that you own will still be here. It doesn't get blown up. So in the other side, right, we're going to have a better system where people are now in control of their government. Because why is that? Well, the 1% get all the money right now, and they only know how to print and spend. And so they're not going to be able to survive when we have Bitcoin as money, because they don't know how to create anything. They only know how to take. And eventually, all that wealth is going to transfer to the lower class. We're all going to be earning in Bitcoin, and I know you might think that's impossible, but remember, I'm the guy who told you, hey, buy Bitcoin at $1 because it's going to be worth a lot one day. And I'm telling you right now that Bitcoin is going to be the money, and so that's why you have to save it. Thank you.
Please, once again, give a big hand to Da Vinci. And I will kindly ask you if to sit just for a second, maybe, because you're to be back on stage. And I would kindly ask you as well, the team of the hotel, help us to bring the chairs on the stage, because we're about to proceed with our last panel discussion for today. And actually, as I mentioned this earlier, this will be about the media. And I will tell you that this topic for me is also really, really important, really interesting to discuss, because I was working in media since 2012. So I was constantly working in the media. Later on, I moved on, like in 2017, working in crypto media. So as far as I was observing how everything is changing, for me, it's all the time also interesting to see what are the trends in media, what is going on in media, and how, for example, like how the markets, what is going on in the markets, how these developments are influencing the medias, whether the new medias appear or like some of the old disappear, how some of the medias, they survive through the bear market. By the way, I believe that like for a lot of who are here, this will be also like something like nostalgic to actually to think about this. I remember that because I actually worked in two medias, which because of the bear market, they were shut down because of what was happening actually there. So to discuss what were the past, what is the present, and what is the future, and when this is going on in terms of the crypto media, today I'm really happy to discuss it with our panelists. So please give a big hand to Christina Corner, Editor-in-Chief of Cointelegraph. Christina has been working in communication and journalism for over 10 years, covering energy or urban green information, financial technologies, and other innovations aimed at a sustainable future. As speaker at international events, she is a passionate advocate of environmental consciousness and women's rights. Please give her a big hand. Thank you. And also, as I mentioned earlier, Da Vinci should not go away for a long time, so please welcome back Da Vinci Jeremy, Senior Software Developer, influencer Da Vinci J15. Give him a big hand once again. And last but not least, the famous NFT artist in the Middle East, Amrita Sethi. After a successful career spanning 15 years in some of the world's largest multinational financial companies, Amrita left the corporate world for a deeper calling. It led to the creation of a new multimedia art form called Voice Note Art. In 2021, she received the prestigious Golden Visa residency in Dubai for her contribution to the digital art market in the UAE. Please welcome her on the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. And I also want to say thank you to everyone who is staying with us until the end. After we're going to how to proceed, but as I said, for me, this is also one of the most interesting panel discussions, as far as I mentioned earlier, because I feel it like personally. The topic, as I mentioned earlier today, the boom of crypto media companies getting traction and staying objective. So also we'll talk a bit about different, by the way, art. I will talk about this from the perspective of metaverse a bit later. Also, so the first question which I want to ask you, and probably this will be to Christina, first of all. So what can you tell right now, what can you see right now, taking into account your experience with Cointelegraph, blockchain-related media, are they booming, fading, or following the crypto markets?
Of course, booming. We
Right.
are going
always
along with the market, along with the technology, and this is such an exciting time to live in. Sorry, I interrupted your question. Did you
No,
want
no,
to-
no, no. But as I'm saying, like, do you see it only right now, or was it like throughout the whole history of Cointelegraph, for example?
Well, let's say that, of course, as soon as the community was born, the opportunity to give a platform, a voice for the community was very important. So we were happy to be one of the first in the market. I joined Cointelegraph in 2017, but we actually existed from 2013. So it's been already almost 10 years of exciting developments. I would say that blockchain media is really a particular world. Why? Because even when I joined in 2017, you could ever find professional journalists who didn't know anything about crypto. What is crypto? Bitcoin? What is Bitcoin? Otherwise, you could find crypto experts, blockchain experts, who didn't know anything about quality journalism, objective journalism. And it was a bit of a challenge to combine these two worlds, and our mission from the beginning was to bring quality journalism into the space. And in my opinion, we actually reached this moment when we can say that we have a pool of incredible, professional, passionate advocates of the space. And it's very important for us to be the platform for the voice of the community. I would like to highlight that we are a niche publication. So like we want people to delve deeper into the space through Cointelegraph. We also want to be the voice of the community. It means that the first touch for everything blockchain related is still going through mainstream publication. And then if a person is interested in learning more, they come to us, and we offer different possibilities to start this wonderful journey that is blockchain world. So yeah, it's definitely booming. The community is growing, the technology finds more applications, and we are happy that we have this position in this wonderful community to keep going and to tell wonderful personal and technological stories.
Thank you. Da Vinci, are you following Cointelegraph closely? Or
Yes, I use Cointelegraph. I have a news ramp every once in a while on my channel. And so I check out the Cointelegraph.
Thank you, Da
news.
Vinci.
And,
We are also following you. Huh?
Amrita, how, for example, we'll talk a bit later about NFT space, of course, because definitely, I'm sure they also like advise us which, in this case, publications we should read. But also, like, have you been like, in this case, when you started the NFT art, when you started like your specific, your calling, you followed your calling, have you been closely following the crypto markets and the crypto media? Or like, when was, for you, was it interesting or not?
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard not to get into the whole ecosystem once you come in. And I think, you know, even if you come in as an NFT artist, you have to, you know, really embrace and understand the whole ecosystem, from everything from the cryptocurrencies to the community and to sort of the messaging, right? So with my art, it's all about my art's called voice note art, right? And so it's all about storytelling. And it's interesting, what Christina was just saying is just that with media at the moment within the blockchain space, it's not just media, it's with the arts, it's with the influencers, is we have a responsibility now to change the narrative. And when new stories are told, you have new characters, you have a new storyline, you have new players in the market. And I think that with the blockchain space, the NFT space, and the crypto market space, is that we as a community are writing these new characters. We're drawing these, we're making them come to life because we're trying to get the mainstream to understand and take them on board and also develop this a lot more. So I think we all have a part to play, and it's exciting because we're building and creating a new story that people haven't seen before.
So yeah, and in this case, it's really important to engage public, to engage audience, and to make it interesting to read. Well, by the way, was it a challenge, for example, really soon we'll talk about, by the way, about social media platforms, like a digital thing. Christina, from your perspective, how was it difficult or not from the beginning to engage the audience, read about crypto news specifically at Cointelegraph?
Well, I guess we should divide, we should separate different types of the audience. Of course, the community was searching for the platform to read about themselves. And this wasn't difficult. But
of course,
I guess the biggest challenge here is to dissolve misconceptions about crypto. And there are so many of them. There were so many of them, and there will be so many of them. So establishing contact with the newbies audience is very important for the whole industry. And we are trying to solve this issue through different ways because every person has his or her own preferences in terms of which type of content would they like to digest in terms of education. It can be written content, it can be video content, it can be small Twitter-like ideas that we are throwing into the space. It can be graphs, and we also put a lot of efforts and creativity into our art. We have a wonderful visual team, and
this one I actually wanted once. By the way, taking into account this chance, actually, I wanted to ask you who actually came up with this, because I really like the visuals from the beginning. Who was working on them?
Well, I guess it was a team effort, as everything in crypto. Actually, it's about team, it's about people, and it just came as a creative idea, and then it became our style. You can actually, if you look through our publication during these years, you can see that actually it changed a lot. It's just that, well, you maybe can't see it because it's very gradual, but it definitely plays a very important role in our identification and in how we position ourselves to the market. We don't want to be a classical, old-style, serious publication that is treating crypto as any other sector. Well, we are living in a world that is changing so quickly, that is adapting to challenges that are in the world, but that also includes so many ambitious, crazy people who really want to change this world, who are happy to think that they can change it, not in a long-term perspective, but now, here and now. And this is what we wanted to bring to our art as well as to our content, to show this energy of crypto that is just mind-blowing.
Christina, from this perspective, talking about the content, probably it's not easy if we're talking specifically about crypto media. There is how to find the golden middle when you're and stay objective in the corporate world, because we understand that a lot of companies which are addressing you, they want to offer you a proposal and to listen and to read their stories about them and etc. So what in this case, how to stay objective from this perspective? I often see there is a challenge specifically for journalists in the crypto space to stay objective and not to advertise, but at the same time, the media has to be as well financed.
Yes, for sure, it's a very important question, but I would be a little bit provocative here, and I would say that it actually doesn't differ much from any other media. Of course, there is always...
Yeah, but just in crypto media right now, like more companies are willing to do this. So like, for example, like some of the medias that have like some company behind, let's be like frank in this case. So they have like one constant, like let's call it like one constant company which is financing everything. But in this case, like there are like a lot of new startups which are coming into this space. They want to hear and read their stories about them. And they're willing to pay. And sometimes if you don't do your own due diligence, they might seem okay from the beginning when you even like look through their white paper or whatever, but you may sometimes not know. So here are the risks which the media should take on.
Of course, a lot of risks, and we have an incredible team that is working with our advertorial content, that is actually working on due diligence for every piece of content, for every project that is coming to us. We also actually have two completely separate departments. So the editorial is not working on any sponsored content, and we have a separate wonderful creative advertorial department that is working with the sponsored content. I actually personally think that we shouldn't think of sponsored content as something bad.
No,
it's
no,
actually
it's
beautiful,
not about bad.
and there are so many opportunities to make sponsored content as exciting and fascinating as the editorial one. So it's only very important, as you said, to do all the due diligence, and then also to separate these two things. And I'm pretty sure that yes, Da Vinci definitely also has something to share on this topic, because it's a very important thing.
Yeah, and right now, also, talk about social media influencing.
But keep in mind, right, that the people should also take responsibility on what they invest in, what they see, whatever media that comes out. It doesn't matter whether it's Cointelegraph, CNN, right? You have to like go, okay, I'm going to take that with a grain of salt and like do my own research and make my own decision for myself. You can't leave it up to the media outlets to think for you, because once you do that, then, well, basically you become like the rest of the drones that say, oh, I got to get a vaccine. Sorry, I had to deal with that.
Okay, right
We
away.
actually talked about this with Da Vinci several days ago, like disclaimers in written press. They are there for a purpose. Like when you see a disclaimer, make your own research, and this is not an investment advice, it's really not an investment advice. And it really means that we invite all our readers to make their own research, because this is what we provide, and we shouldn't say that like, you should read only us, only ours. No, as diversified as possible, your sources of information should be.
Thank you so much. And by the way, coming back to Da Vinci, talking about like social media influencing on your part, from your perspective, what are for you the new standards of creating news? Have you come up, by the way, in this case, have you been like following the trends of the news media, or you came up with like your own style? So how was it?
I've used my own style because I'm very flamboyant. Whenever I read the news, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is nonsense. So I got to talk about this, right? So yeah, I have fun with it, because it's like a lot of the news is like clearly like false or slightly false, so that to hide the real truth. So I like to explain that in a fun way.
So what is your fun way? Tell us more about that.
Well, I mean, I basically go on and like in a big rant and hating what they're trying to do. So, for example, let's talk about the central banks, right? First off, they start talking about how we want to make CBDCs, and then they go on to say, oh, we're going to let the free market provide CBDCs. So that means they were going to accept Tether and all those guys, and all the USDC and so forth. And actually, that's actually good for them, because if they can force those guys to buy the debt, that will also extend the life of the dollar, especially if people start to use those currencies. So what they then did was they flipped the script, and they go, we got to investigate these CBDC, these Tether coin and what's it called? They're not CBDCs, but they're
USDC?
Yeah, they're stable coins. Sorry,
oh, okay.
Stable coins. And so they have to start investigating them, and then they flip again, where oh yeah, you know what? We're going to put FDIC insurance on these stable coins. I mean, make up your mind. What they're really doing this is just trying to push them into doing what they want them to do. So that's why they keep flipping back and forth. Oh, you're not gonna buy the debt? Okay, we'll get some politicians to hate on you. And then once they say, okay, we'll do it. Then they flip back.
Okay, thank you so much. Amrita, from your perspective, as you mentioned, you're telling the story with your art and etc. Do you do this as well in your posts, like while writing posts, or you don't need already to explain because it's already in your art?
Yeah, it's interesting, especially when we're talking about the media, because, you know, from my world, I used to be in the physical world, and I've kind of moved to the more virtual world. Or you've got sort of the mainstream versus the crypto world. And I think from an artist's perspective, it can get very overwhelming from a media, from a social media perspective, because you have to have two voices. You have to speak to the crypto community and use their platforms and their media channels and, you know, things like Discord, Twitter, Telegram.
Yeah.
And
Reddit,
you have to kind of, Reddit, you kind of have to teach, I've had to teach myself a lot more about those platforms. And then you've got, and those are really the tone of voice, the way you interact, you know, that's a very, very different way. And then you've got the mainstream media. And that becomes more of, I would say, it's more educational. You really still have to be explaining still what an NFT is, you know, a little bit about the market. And I think because I've come from A, the banking world, B, I would say the corporate world, and C, also this kind of mainstream world, I find that a lot of mainstream media, like CNN, like BBC, like CNBC, they will come to me to help them kind of descramble and help them kind of merge from this world to that world in a way that people can explain it. So I think, you know, so going back to it, it's telling the story, but knowing your audience, adjusting your tone, and adjusting the messages accordingly, because with the crypto community, we want to build the ecosystem. But with the physical world, what I want to do is kind of get the mainstream out of, I would say, the gallery and into the arena. And, you know, I kind of try to also do this with my art, right? So that's one thing, messaging, but the same thing with my art. So recently I've painted a very, very large mural at the DIFC. So it's like 20 meters long. It's 18 meters high. And I've managed to paint this mural, which actually spells out in my voice note art style, Future NFT Dubai. So I've managed to get the concept of NFT on one of the biggest, you know, financial institutions in the world. I did write DeFi. There's a MetaMask man there. There's Bitcoin. There's Ethereum. And I managed to do all of that onto this wall, which is on a centralized finance system within the UAE. And so already that's already introducing the new characters and concept, because I mean you literally can't miss it, right? So, and this is an attraction now for residents in Dubai. So you're looking at also getting the mainstream, but what I've done also is you have augmented reality come out of it. So you just need to scan a QR code and this whole wall comes alive. And I think by doing something like that is that, again, I'm trying to show, I'm trying to, you know, kind of make everyone realize how cool NFTs can be. And because I want the conversation to move away from how much money people make on NFTs or what is the technology behind NFTs. And I'm trying to move the conversation to what is the creativity that can be unlocked through art because of NFTs. And that also becomes relevant not just for the crypto community, but a lot for the mainstream, because now the mainstream are going to go up to this wall, do the QR code, have this augmented reality come out at them, and then they're gonna stop caring about whether people sold their thing for 69 million, and they're just gonna be like, oh my God, this is so cool. This is the future of art, and this is why blockchain, NFTs is going to become such an important part in our lives.
Thank you. By the way, I definitely would want to see this in the IFC because I'm really excited about this. So thank you so much for sharing. And actually, talking about the maybe you touched upon the new reality where we can see the media and NFTs. You know, I would like to touch a topic which I believe you also, all of you will be interested to comment on, is the metaverse. Because I believe in metaverse, it's like the next big digital media topic which is coming, the new digital media thing. From your perspective, what will be the media about NFTs, about cryptocurrencies in metaverse world? What do you think?
Well,
Let's imagine.
Well, I think it's going to be a whole new investment opportunity, of course, because you can showcase not only your NFTs, but showcase yourself. Yourself can be an NFT. You could be in a virtual world that's much like Ready Player One, and that's slowly coming to life. And so I'm excited to see this because I mean you've seen some of the video games like Fortnite and so forth. I mean there's been whole concerts being played on Fortnite. I mean that's just incredible, and it's crazy video graphics and stuff like that. So we're going to see similar things in the metaverse, and we're going to have a whole new world products that are going to be sold through there. So it's going to be very interesting times.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm really curious as well, Amrita, how do you see in this case, your art in this world? And how it will be I think it would be saying even more eloquently the stories. The stories will be more even you'll be engulfed in the stories.
Oh my God, yeah, absolutely. For me, the metaverse is super, super exciting just from a creativity perspective. Because exactly as Da Vinci says, not only can you now be anything, but anything is possible. So, as we live in the physical world, for example, augmented reality or VR is you're kind of this hybrid reality, right? So, you're still limitation in terms of what you can do in terms of creativity. But the minute you go into the metaverse, I mean, literally anything is possible. Any dimension, any creativity. So yeah, can you imagine, it's just sound waves coming out, artwork coming out at the same time, creating a font. I would say the kind of installations or, creative installations that can happen. I mean, it's just mind-blowing. It's totally trippy. And I'm really excited because I'm working already on some of, some stuff in the metaverse. And so you're going to have, it's not just about NFTs, it's like sculptures within the metaverse as well. But also as your own avatar, what you can do and who you can be and how you can influence and how you can keep writing that story. But what I would do is take a pause there because even for people within this space, the metaverse can be overwhelming. So I would say, just like anything else, go slowly, figure out what feels comfortable for you, and but stay connected and see what people are bringing to the metaverse.
Yeah, thank you, Amrita. Christina, I'm really curious how the stories in Cointelegraph they will be they will be readable there, and how people will be engulfed in the news on crypto.
Yeah, we'll see. This is definitely a very exciting development that is happening in our industry, and it's not by chance that Facebook is now thinking of rebranding around this topic. In my opinion, it will all be about interaction. We already see DAO applications within the media world. I think the interaction between the content producers and content readers or viewers will definitely be revolutionized by this concept of metaverse, where you can actually interact with whoever is in the space. And I guess we all actually need it because with all the development of the technology, our society became very consuming focused, and the thing that could be very important in this new metaverse world is to make sure that we are not only consuming, but we are also producing, and we are interacting with each other. Decentralization is also about this. It's not about like just being blind participants without making change, but everyone could make change within this metaverse.
Yeah, by the way, this is also really interesting how, for example, everyone could be, in this case, not only like the consumer, as Christina mentioned, but also like content creator, and in this case, be like engage their creative nature for this. Let me ask you this: how do you think, apart from metaverse, like, but how do you see like the channels, the social media, those social media channels, the media channels, they will be transforming, taking into account all of the changes that we can see right now? Like, for example, as by the way, it's really a good example that Christina mentioned, like a Facebook, about like transforming and rebranding because of metaverse. At the same time, I'm really curious, like we can see that people really are tending to, they want to read decentralized media. So-called, like, how do you see, and by the way, Da Vinci, from your perspective, YouTube, how will you use YouTube after some time? And what will you do if, for example, YouTube, I don't know, I don't think it will disappear, but it may become not so relevant with the rise of new ways of communication between people.
Yes, because eventually we're going to have decentralized platforms for media in the future, because right now decentralized platforms have been taken over, and so there's no debate on these on the most important topic. They just say, okay, don't talk about it. We can't talk about. You can't talk about ivermectin. If you say the words ivermectin in your YouTube video.
Which words?
Ivermectin.
Why?
It's a medicine for the COVID.
Oh.
Right? You're done.
Really?
Yes, you're done.
So your video will be like banned?
Exactly. They'll be shut down or cut off.
I'm sorry, my question. Have you tried to write a video on that?
No.
Or somebody from your friends?
But I've seen like other people who was using the word, and they changed the word from ivermectin to duzabin, right? So that they wouldn't be blocked, right? So I mean, it's ridiculous, right? You can't debate whether or not this works or not. That's just joke. And same with like if you talk about COVID, right? If you talk about the vaccine, you get shadow banned. So it's really hard, right, out there. And so we're going to find a new system, and that's coming because you know what, they want to control what we could talk about, what we can debate about or not. That's just absolutely ridiculous.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, Twitter, somebody from like media stars, they were banned. Some of the celebrities, they were like banned because they said that like. But we won't go deep into this because they said like people can choose whether they want to be vaccinated or not.
I think also, you know, what's going to happen, as I said, we're moving away from centralized platforms to decentralized platforms. So, you know, before the internet, obviously everything after the internet, everything went digital, right? Literally everything. And like we can't imagine a world now without everything being on the internet. I think that is what is happening now. In the future, we won't imagine how anything can't be on a decentralized platform. It'll literally, our children will be like, what, so you just used to put your photo up on a, you know, on a third-party platform and, you know, and that was it, and that person had the right and people had the ability to take your photograph and it wasn't mined into the blockchain? I mean, they'd be like, what was wrong with you? And so I think this is it. I think people, and this is why we're trying to change the conversation. Stop making it about what is an NFT, what is the technology, what is the blockchain. We just have to show people the advantages to them, what it solves for them to be on decentralized platforms. So even now, the new website I'm building for myself will be Web3, will be decentralized. Everything will be mintable on that itself. This is, and it's not just me, every business will have to move in this direction. Every business will it would almost be, if you don't have an NFT strategy, it's like not having a social media, strategy. It's just going to become so part and parcel. And the quicker that businesses, artists, musicians, influencers, everybody owns their content and has the right over their content, is where the game changer really is.
By the way, it's really interesting how, as you mentioned, it's really important to help the people to understand what are NFTs. So from your part, how are you trying to explain people the real value and what is that's not only about the technology but about the art itself?
I think by just showing them that that the way we see art is forever going to be changed. So let's even just take, and we're all kind of still in it, right? Because you see a piece of artwork, you see a canvas, it's 2D, even on the wall, it's a flat 2D image, like on the mural. But then you apply augmented reality, you enter a new dimension. Elements of it moving, it tells a story, you can get sound from it. So I think what I'm trying to show is that the way we see art is now forever going to be changed, but it's not just art, it's advertising. Why isn't it in the future now when you're driving down Sheikh Zayed or walking in a mall, why are all the adverts just stationary? They're stationary, but with a flick of a phone or even in the future with a bit of a goggle, then all of a sudden you're going to have things kind of jump out at you, maybe, the Versace advert, you're going to look at it.
It's like in sci-fi movies
and then
right
it's
now.
exactly, and then the Versace adverts, and maybe a piece of Versace cloth comes and whisks in front of you. Obviously, it's not physical; it's in a digital. But your mind doesn't know the difference. Yeah. So you're living this hybrid reality, and I think that we're so close to that becoming the norm, and that people then go, "Oh, okay. Now I get it. It's a whole new way of interacting." And I think that's the best way to explain NFTs, because the minute you start to understand that, you're saying, okay, I understand that concept of ownership. Even though it's a digital asset, I still want to own that. Because you can't own it physically because it doesn't exist in a physical form, because you have to interact with it in a digital form.
That's true. Christina?
Well, I think it's really important what was mentioned in terms of real value for those whom you try to explain. What is the technology or what is its application. So not only being general about what is the technology behind a project, but how exactly it can change your everyday life, this application for you, this service for you. And I also believe in the importance of personal stories. Behind every project, there is a person or a team who had their idea how they want to revolutionize this world, how they want to make this world better. And this is what actually constitutes the value of every project. And this is something that doesn't lie. So if you tell the story, the background of a person, of a team behind a project, and then leave the reader or the viewer decide for themselves whether it interests them, whether it has some reflection in their heart in terms of response, in terms of something that touches them personally, that is where you can bring forward the education on new things, how you can approach it to real value for every person in the world.
Yeah, thank you. And lastly, I would like to, by the way, as it was mentioned not even once, how we're moving in terms of the media as well, from centralized, also social media channels, to decentralized. From your perspective, as with, for example, some of the central exchanges, they're also building DEXs on the side. Some of them just DEXs. How do you think, so as I mentioned today, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and other social media big giants, will they in that case be moving and trying to create as well something similar using blockchain technology, or they will with the time become obsolete and people will just jump up from one platform to the other, to more decentralized platforms?
Well, I think that most of them will avoid that, building decentralized systems, or they will create fake decentralized systems, right? Where, for example, like XRP. XRP is a fake decentralized system. there's really only one node that really matters. All the rest of the nodes, right, they have like total of 37. The rest of the nodes really, if that one node changes, all of them have to change. So they'll make, that's called federated nodes. They'll create these systems and then call it decentralized, but it won't be. And so that's as far as they'll probably go. And so it will take developers like myself and people like Tone Vase to call them out on that and say, hey, that's not decentralized. That's not blockchain. That's not, yeah. And so, but we will build, the general public will be able to build the real decentralized systems and then crush them, basically. So, but there will be a few that just give up and then actually build something real.
Yeah, they should be afraid of after these words, probably.
Yeah, I totally agree with Da Vinci. I think that the big giants of today, they believe that they have this power of incumbents. And this is what eventually will bring them down, because they are not trying to adapt. They think that they have a very strong lobby behind them, and that is what will make them eternal. But there is this community of young and daring and ambitious people who believe in a totally different world. And sometimes it's actually simpler to build up something from the scratch than try to change something existent, especially if it's a big, giant company that is usually very slow to adapt any changes.
Yeah, that's true. Amrita?
Yeah, I think that, so they're saying, yeah, I think in terms of the going everything kind of, I mean, whether or not, you have to, I think there'll be spaces for pure decentralized. I think there'll be a space for in between. Yes. And I think that that's exactly it, is that, we're, a lot of people in this room, a lot of people in the community, we're already at dessert, right? So we've already gone through this 9-course meal. And in fact, then we're now moving on to our next 9-course meal. But you have to remember the mainstream or the majority of the mass market, they're not even on page 1. They're not in step 1. So I think you've got to be able to start serving it up piece by piece. And so I think even just getting the mainstream to be on something that's semi-decentralized, then they'll see, they're like, once they get into it and start using it, they'll be like, but hold on, I actually want to now go into a fully decentralized system. So I think it's just that kind of baby steps that will need to happen for the mass market.
I agree. I think also there's no one blockchain that fit everybody's needs, right? I think Bitcoin fits the need of money perfectly, whilst, if you want to run video games on it, right, you can't, right? You can't be trading because it's not running fast enough.
Of course.
Something like XRP, this design of XRP would work perfect for video games. It's not fully decentralized, of course, but it could do transactions extremely fast.
Thank you so much.
But exactly, but then the minute people are on that and they're playing a video game, they're like, hold on, but I want to now own my skins or my bit. So actually, I want to make that into an NFT. So it's then the consumer starts to then become the one who's demanding it. So yeah, it's definitely on the way.
There are also more privacy-focused blockchains. For those for whom it becomes important, and we've seen this during the pandemic, that sometimes privacy is a very important but very delicate question and concept, because it can actually be wiped away in a second because of something.
Yeah, and that's why GDPR is coming in place, if we're talking, yeah, that's for sure. I really want to say thank you for this interesting conversation. We have to wrap up because the time is running out. I really want to say once again thank you, and please give a big hand to Amrita Sethi, Da Vinci Jeremy, and Christina Corner at the end of our...
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you as well to our audience who visited today our CPD event, or Crypto.People.DeFi, presented by CoinSpate, payment processing gateway and business crypto wallet, which helps any type of online business accept crypto payments and receive an equal amount of money in the national currency of their choice instantly or hold it and pay with crypto to their partners and affiliates. I was really pleased today to moderate this event. I'm Maria Vovchok, Managing Director at World of Web3 Summit, Ambassador at Blockchain Association of Ukraine, and MC at blockchain conferences. Really excited to be here. Thank you so much for coming. And to finish our today's great event, we're going to have after party in Kama Garden. So please follow our team. They will definitely show you where you can have fun and continue networking. Thank you once again for coming, and see you next time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank
you. That was fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah, let's take a picture. Oh, 1 second. Tom.
Hang on, one more.